Mo-Nian and the others were shocked. That terrifying monster was killed. Mo-Nian had managed to provoke him into charging onto the martial heaven continent. After that, the Central Plains cauldron blocked his exit, trapping him here. HMPH, will remember this enmity. I will definitely kill you when I descend upon the martial heaven continent once more. Even though his body was destroyed, his voice still rang out. The staff in his hand suddenly shrank until it was a tiny needle, which then pierced through the void and vanished without a trace. He's still not dead. Mo-Nian and the others were even more shocked. That was absolutely crazy. He could still flee in this state. The divine sword in the sky also vanished once the elder fled. After that, the Central Plains cauldron floated over to Mo-Nian. That fellow might have fled, but his Yuan spirit is injured. He'll need to recuperate, so you won't need to worry about him temporarily. Haha, so you mean I can go in whenever I want now? Mo-Nian's eyes immediately lit up. This terrifying elder had been injured, and the Central Plains cauldron would be enough to deal with the other experts. This meant that Mo-Nian would be able to cause as much trouble as he wanted. Up to you, but don't randomly use my power unless you need to. I need to recuperate as well, said the Central Plains cauldron. It vanished. Haha, senior, don't worry. I, Mo-Nian, am not someone who doesn't know my limits. Mo-Nian laughed and suddenly furiously shouted toward the corrupt god cemetery. What are you looking at? Everyone listen up, slaughter them. The corrupt god cemetery had quite a few experts of the undying race who had chased Mo-Nian and the others. However, after personally seeing their terrifying ancestor be beaten and flee, they were absolutely stunned. In that days, arrows rained down on them. These experts were the elders of the undying race, with cultivation bases mostly in the early and mid-heaven merging realm. They had mostly come just as a show of power. In truth, the undying race had not used their true main forces to chase Mo-Nian and the others, because, although the younger generation of his people had been startled away, Xuanhuan had ordered them to focus on their cultivation and not chase. Although they had been startled awake from their meditative states, as long as they didn't move, they would be able to slowly enter that state again with some time. However, if they were to fight and have their blood get heated, their souls shaken, it would take far longer to calm themselves back down. At the very least, it would be a few days, maybe even 10 days before they could enter a meditative state that would benefit their cultivation. That was why Xuanhuan was the one to chase them away. It was to avoid having those disciples be affected. As for the elders, their true trump cards were naturally not to be exposed so easily. That was why it was simply one peak elder leading a bunch of extras. Now that the peak elder was injured and had fled, those extras met a calamity. The Dragonblood warriors chased them down all the way to Resentful Death City, slaughtering tens of thousands of experts. Once they were forced back, Mo-Nian didn't continue chasing them. Quitting while they were ahead, he returned to the martial heaven continent. Upon returning, they started resting, and the elders of the martial heaven continent took charge of guarding this channel. Their purpose was mostly to give a warning to the main forces. No one was hoping for them to be able to stop the undying race's army. How did the other groups do? Asked Mo-Nian. Xuanhuan laughed delightedly. Things went even smoother for them. They didn't encounter any old monsters like us. After killing the sneak attackers, they returned. It mostly went as expected. These 4 worlds definitely have some secret means of communication. It turns out that the other sneak attackers were also gathering at the same time as the group at Resentful Death City. The sneak attacks of Resentful Death City, Devil Spirit Mountain, the ancient battlefield, and the yin-yang world were too orderly. They were perfectly timed and couldn't possibly be coincidences. Furthermore, they were all preparing for the second wave at the same time. That basically confirmed that they were capable of communicating with each other. However, Wilda's group went further than the others, so Wilda gained quite a bit of food. He charged all the way to the core of the ancient battlefield, and the report says that the Western Desert Axe unleashed its power to slay over 10 of their late heaven merging experts. As for mid-heaven merging experts and below, there's no way to count how many were killed. Wilda's food sack is now full, said Xuanhuan excitedly. Wilda had become the master of the Western Desert Axe, and the latter needed an ocean's worth of blood chi to recover. As for Wilda, he needed powerful meat to grow. Their cooperation was practically a match made in heaven. The Western Desert Axe's recovery speed was amazing. It could even benefit from using its power to slaughter the demonic beasts. Alright, based on the original plan, we'll rest for 7 days and then launch another sneak attack. disturbing the flow of their world so that they can't properly cultivate, said Mo Nyan. The Dragonblood Legion focused on cultivating. With the heaven-merging pills refined by Ming Qi and the others, their cultivation speed was extremely fast. Within the formation, they didn't need to enter a meditative state as they were directly absorbing energy from the pills. As a result, Mo Nyan and the Mo family's legion benefited immensely from cultivating with them and borrowing the power of the medicinal pills. The only regretful thing to Mo Nyan was that he and the other disciples of the Mo family were unable to absorb the heaven-merging pills specifically refined by Long Chen. They didn't have dragon blood power or the correct cultivation technique. Forcibly absorbing it would injure them, making it not worth it. On the other hand, the dragon blood warriors, astral spaces, had continued growing thanks to Long Chen's medicinal pills, all the way to the point that they were 3 times larger than they originally were. They reached their limit around there. However, their astral spaces were already very large compared to an ordinary person. Having them grow 3 times made their future potential limitless. 7 days later, as planned, Mo Nyan launched another sneak attack. However, the instant they arrived, a huge number of enemies swarmed them. This place was being guarded by late heaven-merging experts, and it seemed that they were intent on preventing Mo Nyan and the others from entering resentful Death City through the corrupt God Cemetery. Fortunately, with the help of the Central Plains Cauldron, Mo Nyan managed to break through their defenses, charging into resentful Death City and unleashing a single arrow. That arrow had a formation carved into it by Mo Nyan, and it exploded like a firework, instantly throwing the laws of heaven and earth into chaos. Although it was almost immediately fixed, that instant startled all the experts awake from their meditative states. After unleashing that one arrow, Mo Nyan led the Dragonblood warriors and the Mo family's disciples away once more, infuriating the Undying race's experts. Mo Nyan's last arrow had disturbed them, causing people to take 2 or 3 days to once more enter their meditative state. Some weaker people took 5 or 6 days. Some of them had just entered their meditative states when they were awoken, driving them crazy. It was like someone with insomnia who had just fallen asleep was suddenly awoken by a cannon firing beside their ear. This fury resulted in them being even more difficult to calm down and enter the meditative state once more. The Undying race's experts were infuriated. They strengthened their defenses, making sure to catch Mo Nyan and the others the next time they dared to attack. As a result, this time Mo Nyan didn't wait for 7 days. Instead, he returned on the very next day. Chapter 27:19, Using Numbers. This time, Mo Nyan led his group not into resentful Death City, but simply to the corrupt God Cemetery. There, the Mo family's disciples unleashed a torrent of arrows, and after killing a few of their guards, they ran. Mo Nyan had caught them off guard. They had thought that he would wait until everyone was in their meditative states again before trying to disturb them again. However, he acted contrary to the ordinary, launching a sneak attack the very next day and simply running after killing a few people. Despite the damage being insignificant, it infuriated the Undying race. For the next few days, Mo Nyan continued to attack unpredictably. Sometimes it would just be 2 or 3 days between attacks, sometimes it was 6 or 7 days. But every now and then, he would attack multiple times in one day. Every time, he would merely launch some attacks and then run, so the Undying race was unable to touch a single hair on his head. There was not a single casualty amongst the Dragonblood warriors and the Mo family's disciples. Although they didn't gain much with each attack, their enemies were unable to stop them. Their numbers were slowly ground away, infuriating the Undying race. They also tried to sneak attack the Martial Heaven continent, but with Mo Nyan and the others guarding the channel, they were completely blocked. If they wanted to get through, they would have to get past the Dragonblood warriors with the Mo family's disciples unleashing a rain of arrows behind them. If they wanted to charge through, they would have to pay a heavy price. But then what? What if Mo Nyan then used the Central Plains Cauldron to seal the way back? They would be trapped on the Martial Heaven continent. Even their ancestor had been killed once, but for them, if they were killed, there would be no going back. "Are you even thinking about your own cultivation?" roared one of the Undying race's experts. It had been almost a month. Resentful Death City had been tormented by Mo Nyan's random attacks, causing their core forces to be woken out of their meditative state time and time again, slowing down their cultivation speed. Just one group of the Dragonblood Legion and the Mo family's legion was holding them up. Although it looked like everyone was suffering together, in truth, The martial heaven continent did not just have the Dragonblood Legion. Behind them were countless disciples focused on their cultivation, with no one disturbing them. That was a large threat to the invaders. We want to cultivate too, but you won't let us. What else can we do? Mo-Nian shrugged helplessly. How about starting now we have a temporary ceasefire, said one of the Undying Race's experts, finally submitting. How will that ceasefire be enforced? You shameless fellows will attack us whenever you want. How can we possibly trust you? Sneered Mo-Nian. We can swear on the undying spirit not to invade the martial heaven continent within the next half-year. How's that? Mo-Nian was sneering inside. Were the Undying Race's experts all so stupid, so they would only attack after half a year? Perhaps this half-a-year timeline was extremely important to the Undying Race. This expert had inadvertently revealed a secret to them without even realizing it. All right, then we'll have a ceasefire for half a year. We'll meet in half a year, said Mo-Nian. That's no good. You have to swear an oath, demanded the Undying expert. This fellow before him appeared particularly shameless to him. All right, using the name of the martial heaven continent's #1 expert of the junior generation, Long Chen, I swear. If we betray this oath, Long Chen will be struck by 5-colored lightning, swore Mo-Nian. That serious appearance of his almost caused Gu Yang and the others to burst into laughter. 5-colored lightning. That was an appetizer when Long Chen went through his tribulations. When had he ever cared about it? However, the Undying Race didn't understand that. They also had 5-colored lightning tribulations, and they were a sure-death heavenly punishment from the heavenly Taos for those that didn't respect it. Seeing him swear such a solemn oath, the Undying experts retreated. They could finally relax. However, half a month later, Mo-Nian broke this oath, launching an attack once more. Due to the enemies relaxing their guard, Mo-Nian managed to sneak into the core of resentful Death City again. However, he was shocked to find that there was a gigantic tower there now. It had 9 levels, and each level was filled with countless disciples cultivating. There was a sea of experts around the tower. Just those experts on the outside numbered in the millions and millions. Mo-Nian was stunned to see such a sight. How did this generation of Undying Race have so many powerful experts? Seeing that terrifying scene, Mo-Nian prepared to unleash one of his ultimate techniques in order to kill as many of them as he could. However, his aura leaked at that moment, and he was locked onto by multiple powerful experts. Hence, Mo-Nian only had time to unleash one heaven-shaking arrow to disturb the laws of the heavenly Taos, forcing these people out of their cultivation state. Kill! Yiming appeared from the top of the tower. He was the first to attack Mo-Nian. When Mo-Nian saw him, he jumped in shock. Yiming had advanced to the 7th heaven stage. As for Mo-Nian, even with the support of Long Chen's medicinal pills, he had only reached the 3rd heaven stage. He was only at the early stage, while Yiming had advanced to the late stage of heaven merging. Mo-Nian instantly connected this result with the giant tower and the undying disciples inside the tower. Yiming's quick cultivation speed had to be related to these millions of disciples. At the same time, Mo-Nian understood why the Undying Race had said that they only needed half a year. At this rate, Yiming would easily become a sovereign before half a year. They had gathered the power of an entire world just to support one person. Yiming's aura towered over Mo-Nian's, and with a wave of the hand, black chi filled the sky. Someone who lost to Long Chen isn't qualified to challenge Daddy Mo. Mo-Nian snorted, and the central plane's cauldron above his head unleashed a ray of light. As a result, the void was torn open, and he immediately fled. At this moment, explosions rang throughout resentful Death City. The Dragonblood Legion and the Mo family's disciples had also snuck in, placing Xuanhuan's bombs around the outer edges of the city. Mo-Nian had snuck into the core on his own, and the disturbance he made immediately caused them all to flee. Once they fled, those bombs suddenly exploded. The detonation of hundreds of bombs caused all of resentful Death City to shake. Even space became so unstable that even heaven-merging experts didn't dare to tear through the void for fear of being sucked into a wild, chaotic stream of space. Bastard, I'll kill him, raged Yiming. Mo-Nian had caused them repeated trouble. If it weren't for him, he would perhaps have reached the 8th heaven stage. However, just as he was about to move, he was grabbed by a withered hand. Guisi appeared. Don't let such petty matters interfere with what's important, barked Guisi. Yiming's expression sank. After that, he suppressed his fury and returned to the top of the tower to cultivate. However, he really was furious and unable to enter his meditative state for a while. Si turned to one of the Undying Race's elders. Since it's been exposed, gather 3 million disciples to defend the channel. Even if their lives are forfeit, these people cannot be allowed to continue to interfere. So what if these people kill them? How many can they really kill? The Martial Heaven Continent's dying struggle won't last much longer. Si looked in the direction of the Martial Heaven Continent. He then sneered and turned away. However, when he turned away, a bloody wound appeared on his mouth. That was the scar of a sword. Chapter 27, 20 Deadlock. They want to use numbers against us. How ruthless. Monayan tried barging through the corrupt god's cemetery 3 times, only to be forced back thrice as well. He didn't even have a chance to enter resentful Death City. They've sacrificed a portion of their troops to allow the others to cultivate peacefully. The Undying Race really is ruthless. Gu Yang nodded. Not only are they ruthless, but they also have the capital to do so. With just our numbers, killing a few million experts through sneak attacks while also being on guard against that old monster will take forever. Mo Nyan felt trapped. Long Chen had said that the sneak attacks had to be focused on absolute safety as a priority. He didn't want to see any losses amongst them. But if they didn't take any risks, every sneak attack would only kill a few thousand to 10,000 of the Undying Race's experts. 10 million experts of the Undying Race were enough to stall them. We have to disturb them somehow. Resentful Death City is focused entirely on allowing Yi Ming to advance as quickly as possible. His cultivation speed is astonishing. Once he becomes sovereign, the Martial Heaven Continent will be in trouble. Although it might not reach the point where he can dominate the continent, he would be able to deal grievous damage with sneak attacks, said Mo Nyan gloomily. Once Yi Ming became sovereign on his own, he would be able to constantly launch sneak attacks, grinding away all the experts of the Martial Heaven Continent. From then on, they would never have a moment of peace. If that happened, they would be unable to continue disturbing the other worlds, allowing the invaders to focus entirely on cultivation. Then the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the 9-headed lion, the All-Devil Heavenwalker, and the others would become sovereigns as well. Senior, this relates to the life and death of the Martial Heaven Continent. You have to help me out this time. I must charge into resentful Death City and interrupt them. With no other options, Mo Nyan could only beg the Central Plains Cauldron for aid. It had the power to do so, but it was still in the midst of recovering, and using its power so recklessly would extend the time it needed to recover. The Central Plains Cauldron said, "No need to rush, your helpers have come." A group of people appeared just as it spoke. Their leader was a giant with a giant axe on his back. Every step of his caused the world to shake. Wilde. Mo Nyan was delighted to see Wilde, Xuanhuan, Zia Chen, and the rest of their group. He asked, "Why are you here?" Xuanhuan laughed. "Everything is under boss's control." He knew they would play this kind of game, sacrificing some cannon fodder to protect the rest of their troops. According to boss, we should gather our power, attack them, and then run. Ziyan and Yue Zifeng arrived with their group just at that moment. Yi Jikyu's group was right on their tail. Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushwang, Ximen Tiangsheng, Yi Lingshan, and the others had also arrived. Since all 4 supreme divine items were present, Mo Nyan instantly became arrogant again. "Brothers, kill them." "Kill?" The Dragonblood Legion was gathered, and they charged into the corrupt god cemetery. An old monster immediately attacked them. However, with a slash of Yi Jikyu's sword, ice and snow blew through the world, and that old monster's hand instantly froze solid. That old fellow hastily retreated. The current Northern Source Sword had recognized Yi Jikyu as its master. Unlike Mo Nyan, Yi Jikyu was a perfect match for the Northern Source Sword, as both had ice attributes. Yi Jikyu could use her own ice energy to invoke the power of the Northern Source Sword, so it didn't deplete the Northern Source Sword's core energy. Even this old fellow of the Undying Race suffered immensely under its blow. Mixed with shock and anger, he was about to counterattack when a giant axe smashed down from the sky. Boom! The elder coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the distance. He was almost cut in two. With him gone, a giant opening appeared in their defenses. Mo Nyan and the others were like a sharp arrow piercing through their midst, charging into resentful Death City. Without wasting a breath, Mo Nyan unleashed a heaven-shaking arrow, throwing the laws of the world into chaos, interrupting their cultivation once more. "We're done, leave." After accomplishing this task, they didn't wait for a response and immediately retreated. Their group then did the same to Devil Spirit Mountain. After shaking the laws there, they rushed to the ancient battlefield and then the yin-yang world. Their goal wasn't to kill. It was only to interrupt the invaders and make sure that they couldn't peacefully cultivate. In any case, they had 4 supreme divine items on hand. Even if they encountered terrifying enemies, they could still retreat unscathed. Those 4 worlds were all infuriated. They tried to kill Monian and the others multiple times, but the 4 supreme divine items were simply too powerful. With their power, they always managed to escape. Furthermore, as they worked together, their cooperation improved and their strikes became even more precise. The 4 worlds were tormented endlessly, infuriating them. They naturally did the same thing and launched attacks on the Martial Heaven continent in order to shake the laws of the world. However, the Martial Heaven continent was the core of a star field. Even if it was already badly damaged, it still wasn't something their worlds could compare to. Their attacks were only able to shake a small part of the continent, not even a tenth of the entire Martial Heaven continent. It was essentially meaningless. Moreover, they had to pay a price for this conduct. When they entered the Martial Heaven continent, the formations that Chen had set up made it easy for them to enter but hard to leave. Illusion formations, soul-bewitching formations, heart devil formations, and others made it so that they were unable to find their way back. Other than some fish that slipped through the net, the rest were slaughtered. The 4 worlds had sacrificed quite a few people but had not achieved their goal. They gradually became truly dumbfounded. Only now did they realize just how foolish it had been to disturb the Martial Heaven continent. They had essentially shot themselves in the foot. Helplessly, they could only try to cultivate in this disruptive state. But like this, any dreams of rapidly advancing were extinguished. The only thing that comforted them was that the ones harassing them were the apex experts of the Martial Heaven continent. If they were constantly attacking, then they also didn't have time to cultivate. Both sides were sacrificing. They settled with this kind of result. However, what they didn't know was that with the medicinal pills that Chen, Meng-Chi, and the others were refining, the Martial Heaven continent's experts didn't need to enter a meditative state to cultivate effectively. They fought as they absorbed medicinal energy. Although it did impact their cultivation speed, it made sure that their foundations were incomparably solid. As Mo Nian led the Dragonblood Legion against the invading worlds and drew them into a stalemate, Chen spent 2 full months refining medicinal pills. On this day, the final furnace of pills was finished. After that, Chen told Meng-Chi and the others to continue with their refinement. Leaving his clone and linger behind, he then set off on his own. Chapter 27-21 Wall of Ascension. After 2 months, Chen had refined hundreds of giant pills, and the ordinary pills he had refined numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Meng-Chi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and the others had poured their spiritual strength into Linger in order to help him refine pills. During this period, they had not cultivated at all. The pills that they had previously refined had essentially been used up by the Dragonblood Legion and the Mo family's disciples. If they didn't send more, the others would have to stop absorbing medicinal pills. However, with Chen gone, they didn't need to refine so crazily. 1 furnace of pills would be enough for the Dragonblood Legion to absorb for a day. Other than refining pills, they also started focusing on their own cultivation. Tang Wan'er, in particular, hadn't even had time to refine the divine bone. As Meng-Chi and the others started focusing on their cultivation while still refining some pills, Chen entered the yin-yang world along with the Dragonblood Legion. However, he was disguised and snuck in. The giant egg in that canyon had vanished. Chen then killed one of the blood race's chiefs and gathered one of his memories from a soul search. It was a memory of a giant egg on an altar. That was the egg that little Snow was in. Countless experts of the blood race were surrounding it, seemingly nourishing it with their bloodline power. This was the only useful image he saw, but it was enough. He was sure that little Snow was fine. Those experts were all kneeling toward the egg with no malice. After that, he retreated out of the yin-yang world and discussed things with Mo Nian and the others. They concluded that they would continue as they were. In any case, they had an unending stream of medicinal pills. They could use those to cultivate while they delayed their enemies from cultivating. Time was extremely important to the Martial Heaven continent. They had to hinder the All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord Yi Ming, the Nine-Headed Lion, and the others from becoming sovereigns. Mo Nian told Chen not to worry about them. They had 4 supreme divine items, so there was no danger to them, nor were they being reckless. They used medicinal pills to cultivate, and then when the time was right, they would take a stroll throughout the other worlds. Their enemies seemed to have admitted defeat. As long as Monayan and the others didn't charge into the depths, the invaders simply allowed them to disturb the laws of the world. They no longer bothered facing them directly. Instead, they simply accepted that everyone's cultivation speed would be slowed. In the end, they still had an absolute advantage, so there was no need to bother with Monayan and the others. When Long Chen asked about Yun Tian, he found that no one knew where he was. It was as if he had vanished. On the other hand, Hu Feng had told them that he was in seclusion. His gambling heavenly Tao inheritance was different from other inheritances, and he needed to enter peaceful seclusion. When the final battle came, he would come out. Yun Tian was gone without a trace. It was unknown if he was in seclusion or doing something else. After learning this, Long Chen said a few words to Monayan, and then left to see the high priest in the wine god palace. The high priest was still the same tranquil, composed elder as before. It seemed the prospect of impending doom didn't bother him. The high priest is quite refined, praised Long Chen. Refined? No, the high priest shook his head. This is intoxication, an intoxication that cannot be extricated from. Come, sit. Long Chen slowly sat before the high priest. The high priest took out a small jug of wine and poured a cup for Long Chen, pushing it toward him. Your cultivation base hasn't changed at all. It seems that you've been busy, said the high priest. Long Chen took a sip of the wine and instantly felt a wave of relaxation go through his body. Heavenly Tao energy blossomed within his chest. It was as if this one sip of wine contained all of heaven and earth, giving endless enlightenment. After exclaiming in admiration over the wine, Long Chen said, "Yes, disciple has been busy refining pills. However, honing a blade is not a waste of time. I've come to ask Senior some questions. Do you know any secrets regarding the Eastern Wasteland Bell? I'm currently searching for it, but I have no leads." Long Chen was a bit vexed. He had taken out the fragment of the Eastern Wasteland Bell to see if he could use it, but he was unable to cause any reaction to come out of it. He had even asked the Central Plains Cauldron and the Western Desert Axe, but neither of them had any methods. They were also unable to sense the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen had a kind of bad feeling when it came to the heaven-devastating bracelet below the martial heaven sea ring. Although the sea demon race had mostly been wiped out, the heaven-devastating bracelet remained a tumor on the continent. The Central Plains Cauldron had told him that the heaven-devastating bracelet was also recovering. Even if the four supreme divine items joined forces, they might not be able to destroy the heaven-devastating bracelet. Furthermore, even if they could, they themselves would be too badly damaged to help with the rest of the Dark Era. Without them, the martial heaven continent would have no divine items to stop their enemies, world divine items. With no other options, Long Chen came to the high priest. The high priest sipped his wine. After that, he slowly put down the cup and looked at Long Chen. I don't know that much about the martial heaven continent, especially the 5 supreme divine items. The reason I fully support you is because the wine god sent down an edict ordering the wine god palace to do everything to help you. Then does that mean that the wine god can help us? Asked Long Chen. You still don't understand. The gods are not on the same spatial plane as us. They are on a higher plane, unable to descend to our world. This world can only be ascended from but not descended to. Just sending down a simple edict requires paying a huge price, as the wall of ascension blocks all things coming from a higher plane. If a god wished to descend to the mortal world, it would either destroy the mortal world, or the god would be suppressed by the wall of ascension. As the core of a star field, it is even more difficult for a god to send an edict here. The chances of success definitely do not exceed 10%. The wall of ascension, it will even suppress gods. How is that possible? Asked Long Chen. The wall of ascension can be passed through from our side, but then there is no coming back. The gods might send down hundreds or thousands of messages, but only 1 or 2 will pass through the wall of ascension. Those messages are all extremely weak and can only be received by their divine statues. We can receive those messages, but we don't have the means to transmit information back to the gods. Of course, there are differences among gods. Some are stronger and some are weaker. Perhaps the stronger gods can do so. For example, Pill Valley's Lord Brahma and fallen Day Knight. That is why you must be careful of Pill Valley's Yu Qingxuan. Perhaps she has the ability to call a god to possess her body. The high priest's expression suddenly became serious. Even he felt a sense of danger when it came to Yu Qingxuan. Chapter 27-22 No Belief. How much do you know about Lord Brahma and fallen Day Knight? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely curious about these 2 gods. Why was it that he felt such dislike for these two gods? No, it should be called a kind of hatred instead. He wasn't sure if this hatred came from the pill's sovereign memories or the 9-star Hegemon body art, or perhaps it came from himself. What anyone knows about Lord Brahma and fallen Danite comes from Pill Valley's inheritance. According to Pill Valley's sacred texts, Lord Brahma created the Tao of the Pill Flame, while fallen Danite created the Tao of forging furnaces. One is a master of all flames, cultivating pill refining arts. One is a master of forging, creating pill furnaces and pill cauldrons. With one refiner and one forger, they are called the masters of the Pill Tao. Without them there would be no Pill Tao, said the high priest. What absolute crap. Those words came out of Long Chen's mouth before he even thought about it. He hastily apologized. Sorry, I wasn't talking about you but the crap in Pill Valley's sacred texts. The high priest simply smiled faintly, looking at him with interest. It seems that you have your own opinion. Let me hear it. I wouldn't call it an opinion. These two fellows are simply shameless. They couldn't possibly be the masters of the Pill Tao, said Long Chen scornfully. And why is that? Asked the high priest. This is just like the philosophical question that perplexes people: which came first, the chicken or the egg? Let's avoid wondering whether it was the chicken or the egg for now. It is impossible for either to appear without some cause. There had to be something that existed before them, or there would be no chicken or egg. That existence is the ancestor of all Taos, the source of all things. Just ask yourself, where do gods come from? They didn't jump out of a rock. Cough, I'm referring to those two fellows, not the wine god. Long Chen once more apologized, as he felt such words were a kind of offense to someone with such devotion to a god. However, the high priest brushed him off, indicating for him to go on. The source of all things which existed before gods is primal chaos. The heavenly Taos evolved, manifesting all life, giving rise to spirits and intelligence. Although I don't know the true source of the Pill Tao, it is impossible for someone to be born knowing how to refine pills or forge items. The most primitive form of the Pill Tao was most likely boiling food. There was a flame in a pot. The fire burned and the stove heated up. Later on, it began to evolve. The flames began to be classified, and the pot began to evolve into countless shapes: cauldrons, furnaces, stoves, etc. In the earliest stages, they were used to boil things. Although I don't know how exactly the Pill Tao came to be, it definitely was not created by the two of them. And how can you be so sure of that? Asked the high priest. Long Chen confidently said, First, any expert who is capable of comprehending the Pill Tao must be someone with great intellect. Such a person knows that they are standing on the shoulders of countless ancestors who developed the Pill Tao to its current state. Even if they were to admit that they are the earliest ancestor of the Pill Tao, they would not be so arrogant to say that without them, there would be no Pill Tao. That is because even without them, the Pill Tao would still be developed. For Lord Brahma and fallen Danite to claim themselves to be the masters of the Pill Tao, that without them there would be no Pill Tao, is absolute nonsense. Those are definitely not the words of someone with the intellect required to create the Pill Tao. That has some logic behind it. Then what is the second reason? The second reason is even more obvious. One controlled fire, one created furnaces. What the hell does that have to do with the Pill Tao? If I were to make a comparison, one chopped wood for burning and one made a stove. Then the two of them met each other. Could they possibly instantly create a way to make delicious food and call themselves the chef god? Perhaps only those fools in Pill Valley would believe such nonsense. As for me, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Those two are definitely scammers, said Long Chen. At first, the high priest was simply smiling and rather indifferent. However, when he heard this second point, he was finally moved. Due to being a follower of a god, he had never had any doubts toward gods. He fully believed everything about the wine god. However, this analysis and teardown of Lord Brahma and fallen Danite truly made him feel suspicious. That was because the wine god palace also had some sacred texts. The wine god had tasted all the grains of life, climbed the myriad mountains, and overlooked the seas and rivers of the world, all in search of the natural Tao. In the end, the wine god happened to be enlightened in a farmer's house and began trying the Tao of making wine. The wine god had never claimed himself to be the ancestor of the wine Tao. The wine Tao did not exist because of the wine god. It was the wine god who existed because of the wine Tao. The wine god said that he could become the wine god because of the guidance of the heavenly Taos. It was fate. As for those that had given him his enlightenment, he called them his masters. Just as Long Chen said, he knew that he stood on the shoulders of those that came before him and had respect and gratitude for them. I don't know why, but the first time I saw the statues of Lord Brahma and fallen Danite, I felt particularly disgusted with them. I even peed on their statues, said Long Chen. The high priest was astonished. He had not thought that Long Chen would dare to do such a blasphemous thing. Whether you are right or wrong, Lord Brahma and fallen Danate truly possess terrifying power as gods. Perhaps in the entire martial heaven continent, only Pill Valley possesses the power to reach through the wall of ascension and absorb the power of their gods to support themselves. That is the most terrifying thing. The high priest had said that the wine god could not send his power to support the martial heaven continent, but Pill Valley was capable of it. That indicated that there were differences even amongst gods. Disciple understands. I will be careful, said Long Chen. Of the martial heaven continent's god inheritances, the killing god's inheritance is still present, but has been suppressed by you to the point that it does not dare to appear again. As for the corrupt god's inheritance, it has completely vanished, said the high priest. What? Yiming has thrown himself to the undying race, so the entire corrupt path has been offered as a sacrifice to the undying race. That was a plot that the undying race set into motion ages ago by the time of Yiming's previous life. Yiming's death eyes were the seed. In his current life, he stole the entire inheritance of the corrupt god. As a result, the corrupt god's doctrine has ended on the continent. Long Chen's heart jumped. The undying race was truly vicious. They had actually devoured the inheritance of the corrupt god. No wonder the corrupt path's disciples had never appeared after resentful Death City was opened, so they had all been sacrificed. When it comes to the Eastern Wasteland Bell, you'll need to rely on yourself. I know of nothing that can help you, but you don't need to be impatient. The Eastern Wasteland Bell is the leader of the 5 supreme divine items. Its very life is deeply connected to the martial heaven continent. It should appear, comforted the high priest. Suddenly, a light sound came from a jade plate on Long Chen's waist. Startled, he checked it and hastily bid farewell to the high priest. After that, he rushed to the elusive music immortal palace. It was Zai Yan who had sent him a request for aid. Chapter 27-23 Zither Soul. Upon arriving at the elusive music immortal palace, Long Chen saw that all its experts were gathered in its main palace. Long Chen. Zai Yan immediately welcomed him, introducing him to some of the elusive music immortal palace's experts other than the music master. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that there were thousands of senior experts from the elusive music immortal palace, all in the mid-heaven merging realm and above. There were even quite a few late-heaven merging experts. Zai Yan gave particular introductions to some experts that could be classified as living fossils, existences with even greater seniority than the music master. Due to the transcendent position of the elusive music immortal palace, they had no need for that many experts standing guard. As a result, successive generations of experts had sealed themselves, all to come out at this moment. These living fossils didn't reveal much emotion to Long Chen, but he could see a touch of coldness in their eyes. Long Chen's expression also wasn't very good in response. Were they putting on airs in front of him? If it weren't for giving Zai Yan face, he would definitely have left at that moment. He felt like there was something wrong with these people's heads. Zai Yan noticed his reaction and stealthily transmitted to him some information to explain the cause of their coldness. In the past, the masters of the elusive music immortal palace had to retain their pure bodies. This did not just refer to physically, but also spiritually. While Zai Yan had never done anything with Long Chen, her heart had long since been bound to Long Chen. That was already a violation of their ancestral teachings. Although the music master had said that these times were not normal and they couldn't ask too much of Zai Yan, some of those old-timers were stubborn and did not accept such reasoning. Due to this, the music master had even gone directly against some old-timers, turning hostile just to suppress this matter. Naturally, those old-timers wouldn't give Long Chen a smile upon seeing him. Thinking about this, Long Chen sighed. In the beginning, Zai Yan had thought that he was her devil's star, and the elusive music immortal palace had forced her to try killing him. It was all for the position of palace master. Although he could understand things, the malice deep in these people's eyes seemed off to Long Chen. Long Chen, I have finally found the reason why the Southern Sea Zither refuses to acknowledge a master, said Zai Yan directly to redirect things. Really? Long Chen was delighted to hear that. Of the 4 supreme divine items that they had, only the Southern Sea Zither had failed to acknowledge a master. If it did, Zai Yan would naturally get stronger, and the power of the 4 divine items combined would be unimaginable. Yes, really. In the ancient battle back then, the southern sea zither lost one of its zither souls, so it is no longer complete. Just yesterday, I entered the ancient battlefield and sensed a strange fluctuation from the southern sea zither. I reported this to the music master, and the music master stood. Let me explain it. The southern sea zither lost one of its zither souls, so it cannot acknowledge a master. That zither soul is in the depths of the ancient battlefield. However, we are unclear about where exactly in the ancient battlefield it is. We can only let Xuanhuan go into the ancient battlefield with the southern sea zither to search for it. As long as we find the zither soul, the southern sea zither will fully recover, and acknowledging a master will be simple. However, the problem is how to enter so deep into the ancient battlefield and take the zither soul without the demonic beast race noticing. A forceful attack is definitely no good, so we can only sneak in. And since it must be done stealthily, we can't use numbers. Xuanhuan wanted to go in by herself, but we felt it to be too dangerous. There need to be at least 2 people to look after each other. Xuanhuan didn't wish to bother you, but we forced her. If she has no one to accompany her, we will not allow her to take such a risk. After all, she is the hope of the entire elusive music immortal palace and the hope of the martial heaven continent. She cannot be lost. Chen nodded. Of course, I will be the second person. I'll accompany her. Then you should go quickly to avoid anything unexpected arising, said an old crone suddenly. Chen glanced at her. She had a sharp chin and faint eyebrows. There was an indescribable expression in her eyes. In Chen's words, this was no good egg. He didn't know if it was because they had been buried in the earth for too long. But these old-timers all had ill expressions, making Chen feel uncomfortable. The junior generation of the elusive music immortal palace were all beautiful and refined, charming and graceful. Just looking at them made people relax. But these old experts lacked that refinement. This matter is extremely important. We cannot be sloppy. We'll need to come up with a plan first, said Chen. Of course he couldn't enter just like this. He had just finished refining pills and had yet to use them to advance. At the very least, he needed a few days to increase his realm a bit. For the 2 of them to sneak into the ancient battlefield, the heart of the demonic beast race, was incredibly dangerous. One mistake and they would leave their lives there, so Chen naturally had to make his preparations. Senior, it seems that you very impatient, asked Chen, staring at the old crone. Upon hearing this, her expression darkened and she barked, How can I not be impatient? This relates to. Shut up, the music master's expression sank. Shut your mouth. The old crone fell silent. It seemed that her seniority was extremely high though, so she turned and left. Once she was gone, the music master turned to Chen. My apologies. Elder Song has always been very dissatisfied with Xuanhuan's matter. I will apologize on her behalf to you. It's fine, Junior can understand. But some things cannot be solved by rushing. They must be taken step by step. We no longer have the slightest leeway, so we cannot be careless, said Chen. I understand. Elder Song is being unreasonable. It's just that she's been sealed for too long, and perhaps well, anyway, I hope you can understand. The music master pointed to her head, indicating that the old crone's head was perhaps no longer flexible, hoping that Chen wouldn't be the same way. Chen naturally didn't quibble with her over this matter. The music master arranged a palace for Chen to rest for a few days, but Chen declined. He then found an excuse to leave, saying that he needed to make a plan. They had to maintain their current deadlock. After that, he left with Xuanhuan. All those old experts of yours want to kill me. Once they found a secluded place, Chen suddenly came to a stop and turned to Xuanhuan. What? No, although they don't like you, they shouldn't want to kill you. Are you overthinking things? Xuanhuan was extremely startled. Chapter 27, 24 Sentient Shoehorns. Chen shook his head. It might be hard to hear, but I'm not going to skirt around it. I'm unable to understand why your senior experts all look like shoehorns that gain sentience. They all look like they have a permanent scowl on their donkey faces. If they weren't with you, I really would have trouble believing they also came from the elusive music immortal palace. What do you mean, sentient shoehorns? That really is rude. Xuanhuan glared at Chen. Although they look fierce, that's because they've fought against invaders several times. They've killed so many of them that they accumulated darker auras. If they used the music Tao to suppress those auras, it would suppress their realms as well. That's why they chose to seal themselves. Is that really true? Asked Chen. How could it not be? Would I trick you? Xuanhuan was starting to grow angry. Well, I really dislike them. Even if it is to protect the martial heaven continent, I don't like it. I'm not going back to the elusive music immortal palace. My temper's not good and I don't want to embarrass you, said Long Chen. Long Chen had gotten enough of the elusive music immortal palace with this one visit. If it weren't for Yan, he wouldn't have visited them at all. I know I don't like them either. When they speak, they always seem peculiar. It's not comfortable, but they're my elders, so I'm not in a good spot to contradict them. Once the dark era is over, I will leave the elusive music immortal palace, said Yan. Why, where will you go? Asked Long Chen. Yan blushed and glared at him. Why, do you think the world isn't big enough for me to find a home? Long Chen almost slapped himself. He really had been stupid lately. Yan was clearly saying that she would join him, and he just had to ask such a question. All right, let's not talk about that, said Yan. You said you need to prepare. Prepare what? You've reached the 5th heaven stage so quickly. Long Chen suddenly noticed that Yan's aura was strangely heavy. Yan smiled. The foundation that the elusive music immortal palace has been building for tens of thousands of years has all been thrown my way. How can my cultivation speed not be fast? Due to cultivating the music Tao, the past ancestors transmitted their life's energy into the heavenly music stone just before their deaths. Although that heavenly music stone cannot allow me to advance, being enveloped by it all day makes my bottlenecks very easy to break through. My seniors already paved the path for me just for this tribulation. Although Yan had been fighting with the Dragonblood Legion against their enemies during this time, it wasn't every day. Normally, she would participate in one sneak attack and then rest for a few days. During those few days, she would immerse herself in the elusive music immortal palace's heavenly music stone. That was why her rate of advancement was terrifyingly fast. Is such a rapid advancement really all right for you? Asked Long Chen. Although Yan's aura was powerful, they also were not as stable as they should be. That was the result of such a rapid advancement. At this rate, when she reached the 9th heaven stage, her foundation would definitely show serious signs of being unstable. That was not a good thing. If it was someone else, then fine. After all, with a battle for the continent at hand, they couldn't care too much about such things. But this was Yan, one of the pillars of the martial heaven continent. She still had a long way to go. During his visit to the Wine God Palace, Long Chen had learned more about the heaven-merging realm. There were still the early, mid, and late stages for the 1st to 3rd heaven stages, the 4th to 6th heaven stages, and the 7th to 9th heaven stages. Moreover, there were further heaven stages within his realm. The 10th heaven stage was called the Venerate realm, the realm that the divine families, Lord Venerate, was in. The 11th heaven stage was the Saint realm, the level of that Lord Saint. That realm was currently the peak of this world. The 12th heaven stage was the Emperor realm. 3.5 people in the martial heaven continent had reached this realm, the Peng Emperor, the Blood Emperor, and the Corrupt Emperor. As for the stone races Shi Changsheng, although his cultivation base was at the very pinnacle of the Saint realm, in the end, he could only count as a half-step emperor. Thus the stone emperor's name was self-proclaimed. As for the 13th heaven stage, that was the sovereign realm, the ultimate limit of this mortal world. Throughout all of history, only 5 people had reached this realm, the realm where they looked down upon the world of mortal dust. When Long Chen heard this explanation from the high priest, he was deeply shaken. If the 13th heaven stage of the heaven-merging realm was the sovereign realm, didn't that mean that he didn't need any karmic luck? He would still be able to reach this realm because the 9-star Hegemon body art had 13 heaven stages in every realm. After hearing that, Long Chen grew much more at ease. Who cared about the world's karmic luck turning him into a sovereign? He didn't need that. He could just cultivate normally. This was also why Long Chen felt that it was not good for Yan's aura to already show some bad signs at the 5th heaven stage. If this continued, her cultivation base would solidify around the 9th heaven stage. If that happened, it would not be worth it. Yan smiled. The music master and the others also told me this, but have you forgotten about the Southern Sea Zither? As long as I become its master, this problem will be gone instantly. Don't worry about me, but as for you. Long Chen's cultivation base was still at the 1st heaven stage because he had been refining pills this entire time. When he had tried to cultivate, he was startled to find that his body was no longer able to absorb heavenly Tao energy. That was because as soon as the heavenly Tao energy entered his body, it was erased by the power of his 108,000 astral spaces. He had then tried to consume some demonic heaven-merging pills and was comforted to find that its effect was truly amazing. He could cultivate through pills. That was why Long Chen hadn't wasted any time while refining pills. "That's why I need a few days. Protect me while I increase my realm," said Long Chen. "Right here, why not in the elusive music immortal palace?" asked Ziyan. "Those old fellows are really dislikable. If I went into seclusion there, it might give me a heart devil," joked Long Chen. "Bah, don't talk nonsense," said Ziyan. He was practically jinxing himself by saying that. Long Chen laughed and then set up a few formations prepared by Zia Chen. This would prevent anyone from peeping. With Ziyan to protect him, Long Chen took out a demonic heaven-merging pill. He was about to stuff it into his mouth when Evil Moon suddenly spoke. "Long Chen, think carefully about this. These pills are very evil. Whether it's a blessing or calamity, no one can say." Chapter 27-25, The Terror of Demonic Pills. Dragonbone Evil Moon, its name already had the word evil in it. In truth, it was truly a dark and sinister existence. Before Sovereign Yun Shang refined it into a weapon, it was unknown how many lifeforms it had killed. Its life was focused on cultivation, and its cultivation was done through slaughter. The dark evil dragon race was an evil existence, and precisely due to that, they were also very sensitive to other things of similar nature. Evil Moon had not brought up anything before about Long Chen refining and consuming demonic pills. However, this time, it had a bad feeling toward these demonic heaven-merging pills. It had told him not to refine these demonic pills and instead use the moon and star refining furnace to refine the normal pill. Although the effect was a bit lacking, it was much steadier. However, in the end, Long Chen was still using demonic pills with large, unknown side effects, so Evil Moon couldn't help warning him one last time. "I know, but I have no other choice." Long Chen shook his head. No one in this world had any choices any longer. In order to raise his cultivation base, Long Chen couldn't bother with side effects. It was unknown how many geniuses were sacrificing their futures just to increase their cultivation bases as high as possible for the upcoming battle. Their futures were sacrificed, and he was no exception. Hearing this, Evil Moon sighed and didn't say anything else. Then Long Chen popped a demonic pill into his mouth. At this moment, Long Chen sat lotus-style in the air. His body rumbled as if terrifying experts were fighting. The space around Long Chen began to explode, spreading large fluctuations that distorted the laws of heaven and earth. Ziyan was shocked to see this and took out the southern sea zither to prevent anyone from possibly disturbing him at this critical moment. As Long Chen began digesting the power of the demonic pill, shadows that looked like tentacles appeared around him, connecting him to the void. Those dark shadows possessed a frightening evil energy. It was as if they were roots squirming into the heavens. Ziyan covered her mouth at the sight of those countless black tentacles. She had never seen Long Chen in such a state. Suddenly, the southern sea zither spoke to her. "A demonic pill possesses nefarious energy. It is something that exists outside laws. No one can say whether or not such power is good or bad, but one thing is certain. With this power, Long Chen's cultivation speed will be astonishing. It's just that." "Senior, what is it?" asked Ziyan. "It's just that this world doesn't have so many shortcuts. If you walk a shortcut, you might have to pay an immense price. However, none of you have any other paths to choose from. If you don't rapidly advance once the other worlds birth sovereigns, the martial heaven continent will be destroyed," said the southern sea zither. Boom! Just at that moment, a terrifying aura exploded. Ziyan jumped, and a wave of divine light came from the southern sea zither, wrapping around her. However, a huge force blasted this defense apart, sending her flying. So fast! In just a short moment, with just 3 pills, Long Chen had advanced to the second heaven stage. Long Chen is using the quickest, most violent way of advancing. This will waste a bit of the medicinal energy and force his body through a backlash. Most likely, only someone with a powerful physical body like him would be capable of doing such a thing. Someone else's body would have exploded, said the southern sea zither, its divine light seemingly seeing through Long Chen. "It's for me, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a rush." Ziyan suddenly felt uneasy. She didn't know if this would affect Long Chen's future. If a problem occurred in his future because of such rapid advancement, she would feel guilty for a lifetime. "Ziyan, I have a question for you. If Long Chen suddenly tricks you, what will you do?" asked the southern sea zither out of nowhere. "Trick me? Why would he do that? He doesn't do that," said Ziyan. "I'm asking you, if he tricks you, will you hate him? Will you kill him?" "Senior, why would you suddenly ask me such a thing?" asked Ziyan. "First, answer my question," said the southern sea zither sternly. If he has to trick me, then fine. He is my life's fated devil star. I chose him. That means that I've abandoned all defenses toward him. I've entrusted my life to him. No matter what he does to me, I won't hate him. Even if he raises his blade and kills me, I won't hate him. I will believe in him with my full heart, said Xuanhuan. At this moment, more and more black tentacles were stretching out of Long Chen's back and reaching into the heavens. Long Chen seemed like a devil king, absorbing the energy of the world. However, his expression was still calm. That determined face gave her a sense of safety, as if even if the heavens collapsed, Long Chen would hold them up. Love is a double-sided mirror. You both invest in each other and gain from each other. You love him deeply and he loves you deeply. I'm at ease like this, said the southern sea zither, seemingly talking to itself but also giving vague directions. Boom! Before Xuanhuan could reply, another explosion rocked this land. At this moment, Long Chen's aura explosively rose to the third heaven stage. It had been less than an incense stick's worth of time. The tentacles shuddered, tearing through the void, slicing apart the laws of the heavenly Taos. At the same time, an ear-piercing screech rang out. Why is Long Chen's cultivation art so different from everyone else's? Does he cultivate entirely based on medicinal pills? Does he have to merge with the heavenly Taos? Exclaimed Xuanhuan. Southern Sea Zither said, the energy inside his body is rejected by the heavenly Taos, and there's no way to mix them. This cultivation technique does not belong to the martial heaven continent. He was previously able to absorb the energy of the heavenly Taos, but now his power is too great, resulting in a fierce expulsion between the two. Long Chen's power cannot suppress the laws of the martial heaven continent, and the laws of the martial heaven continent are unable to suppress him either. Long Chen's cultivation technique automatically resists them. As his realm increases, the rejection grows as well, so the resulting phenomenon also grows more terrifying. Just as it said, as Long Chen continued consuming medicinal pills, the spatial fluctuations erupting around him grew more intense. After 2 hours, another explosion rocked the land, and the laws began to explode. Long Chen advanced to the fourth heaven stage. Upon reaching the fourth heaven stage, he finished eating this batch of medicinal pills and began to eat giant pills. When the first giant pill entered his stomach, the black tentacles sharply increased. They looked like a fiend brandishing its limbs, attempting to escape some kind of binding. That sight made Xuanhuan's heart shudder. The only thing that comforted her was that, no matter how frightening the phenomenon Long Chen was causing, his expression was completely unperturbed. Finally, after 3 days, Long Chen's aura exploded, causing the stars to shake. He had advanced all the way to the 7th heaven stage of heaven merging. After that, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and then suddenly punched the air. Chapter 27-26, Changing the 9 Stars. The void shuddered slightly, startling Xuanhuan. Long Chen's attack shouldn't only cause such a tiny disturbance. Boom! Suddenly, the void exploded, and a giant vortex of raging heavenly Tao energy appeared, not dissipating for a long time. Heaven merging oneself into the heavenly Taos like a tiger in the forest, like a dragon in the sea. But unfortunately, I am unable to merge into this world. But that's all right. As long as I myself have enough power, why would I need to merge with something else? Long Chen clenched his fist, feeling endless power within his body. As his cultivation base advanced, the 108,000 stars in his body began to evolve, manifesting their own Taos and laws. Every star was its own world, creating its own heavenly Tao. It was their power that merged within his body. As his power grew, he grew more incompatible with the energy of the martial heaven continent's heavenly Taos. That punch he had unleashed just now was to test whether or not he could merge with the power of the heavenly Taos. He found that his power was rejected, but that was within expectations. After reaching the 7th heaven stage, the 108,000 stars in his body hadn't grown bigger, but they had transformed. They were developing, thrumming with life. He could sense earth, water, fire, and wind energies within every star. Although they were still at a very weak level, he could definitely sense them. Earth, water, fire, and wind were said to be the 4 major elements upon which the world was built. With them present, it meant that every star had its own life and would continue to develop on its own. With their own life, they also had an unending stream of energy. As they grew stronger, Long Chen also grew stronger, and he would no longer need to rely on the power of the martial heaven continent. Long Chen, you advance so quickly, will that? Xuanhuan looked at Long Chen worriedly. Long Chen's aura was incredibly heavy. He still couldn't control his new power. It's fine. I've thought about my path. Now that I've finished advancing, I need to get accustomed to it. I'll need to stabilize my aura, or I won't be able to sneak into the ancient battlefield, said Long Chen. His aura was constantly leaking, and it was like a lantern in the night sky. He would probably be sensed the instant he entered the ancient battlefield. Long Chen suddenly summoned his divine ring. 6 stars revolved within it, and his 6-star battle armor appeared. After that, Long Chen formed hand seals, and the space behind him shuddered intensely. As the 6 stars in his divine ring quivered, the land exploded. "What are you doing?" shouted Evil Moon. Long Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, frightening Xuanhuan. She didn't understand what Long Chen was doing. Why had he summoned the 6-star battle armor, and why would he cough up blood? "You're crazy. You want to change their orbit," shouted Evil Moon. The 6 stars quivered as they gradually left their original positions. The 9-star Hegemon body art is an incredibly terrifying technique, but it's weak now. Something must be wrong with how I cultivated it. After all, I had no guidance with its cultivation, so I might have done something wrong. Just like with the heaven-splitting divine sect, they needed the guidance of the heaven-splitting divine tablet in order to train in the true 9th form of split the heavens. With one wrong step, every step after it is wrong, leading me further and further away from the original path. Now that I'm already so far off, no one knows what my future path will look like. Thus, I should cultivate according to my own heart. This 9-star Hegemon body art will henceforth belong to me. It will be controlled by me. Long Chen once more coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he gritted his teeth and continued trying to control the 6 stars. The power of his 108,000 astral spaces flowed out, forming a strange connection with the 6 stars. Only the power of these astral spaces was capable of moving the 6 stars. At this moment, Long Chen's body was shaking. In front of Xuanhuan's shocked gaze, the 6 stars gradually left their original locations. Originally, they were connected into a 6-sided star. This 6-sided star was then broken. 3 stars moved forward, and 3 stars moved back. Long Chen's eyes were closed tightly. Today, he was taking a huge risk. This was the result of countless studies and analyses that he had conducted based on the techniques of the 5 sovereigns. That led him to a moment of enlightenment. The sovereigns had all walked their own paths, so he had to walk his own path as well. If the sovereigns were capable of it, then he had to be capable as well. The 3 stars at the front shuddered. They were the Feng Fu star, the Life Fate star, and the Divine Gate star. Right now, the Feng Fu star unleashed a ray of divine light at the Life Fate star. The Life Fate star then received this light and emitted it at the Divine Gate star, which then sent the light back to the Feng Fu star. The 3 stars formed their own triangle, an endless loop of their power. The Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. This is the true Grand Tao. It applies to all things. Long Chen finally smiled. This was also the law that the sovereigns complied with. It was something that could be vaguely sensed at the base of countless techniques. The sovereigns had based their techniques around this, and now Long Chen had done the same. The 3 stars at the back did the same thing. The Alioth star, the Enlightenment Palace star, and the Nethergate star formed their own triangle of divine light. The 6 stars had now been broken out of their 6-sided shape into 2 triangles. You actually succeeded. Evil Moon's voice quivered. This new 9-star Hegemon body art coincided with the principles of the heavenly Taos. It was incomparably marvelous, perhaps even more so than the dark evil dragon race's inherited divine abilities. It's thanks to the sovereigns. Without their enlightenment, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Before this, 3 colors of the 6-color divine ring flowed forward and 3 flowed back. However, the positions of the 6 stars didn't change. As a result, there was no way for the power of all 6 stars to perfectly merge. That's why I'm sure that I cultivated it wrong. Only when all their power is fully merged can they unleash their full power. That is the power that the 9-star Hegemon body art should originally have, said Long Chen. Suddenly, the 2 triangles began to spin within his divine ring. One spun clockwise and the other spun counterclockwise. At that moment, the world became silent, as if all sound had vanished. An indescribable power seemed to freeze all the laws of the entire world. The critical moment comes now. Success or failure depends on this. Long Chen clenched his teeth, and suddenly the 2 triangles superimposed. In that instant, all color vanished from heaven and earth. Chapter 27, 27 Failure. Boom! When the two triangles pressed against each other, the divine ring suddenly crumbled. After that, the world darkened and berserk power engulfed the heavens. The next moment, fragments of spacetime flew through the air, and a massive black hole appeared. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew out like a shooting star. Long Chen! Ziyan cried out and shot after him. Long Chen's body crashed through countless mountains before he smashed into a solid cliff. Cracks spread throughout the cliff, and Long Chen's body was stuck inside. By the time Ziyan reached him, he was already unconscious. His clothes had been destroyed, and his body was covered in countless cracks like porcelain on the verge of exploding. Ziyan reached out to pull him out of the cliff and help him heal when Evil Moon's voice rang out. You can't touch him, he almost died. If you move him, it will worsen his injuries. Then what am I supposed to do? Ziyan began to panic. Long Chen's current state was extremely alarming. His aura was almost imperceptibly weak. Just now things had been going well. Why had it suddenly ended in failure? It had come suddenly without any warning. Long Chen's skeleton has shattered, and his meridians have exploded. His current position is the best for his recovery. Don't worry, his life won't end here. However, he might need some time to recover and probably won't be able to immediately enter the ancient battlefield with you to search for the Zither soul, said Evil Moon. Hearing that Long Chen's life wasn't in danger, Ziyan sighed with relief. Long Chen's current appearance was truly worrisome. Ziyan then protected Long Chen in his critical state. 7 days later, her jade plate flashed. A message came, asking her when she would go search for the Zither soul. Ziyan ignored it. When it began to repeatedly flash, Ziyan directly turned it off. With Long Chen in this state, she was in no mood to care about the Zither soul. It was a full 10 days before Long Chen woke up. As soon as he did, sharp pain tore at him, causing him to let out a pained groan. It was too painful. It wasn't just his flesh that was torn apart, even his bones were crushed. It was as if his soul had been torn apart. Ziyan hastily sent her spiritual strength into his body to help nourish his soul. Only now did she find that his soul was incredibly damaged. Anyone else's soul would have dissipated from such an injury. Seeing him wake up made her happy, but it also tore at her heart to see him in such pain. Without realizing it, 2 streams of tears fell. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you worry, said Long Chen. Ziyan shook her head. It was my fault. I shouldn't have asked you for help. I can do it myself. Ziyan blamed herself for this. Due to how dangerous their mission was this time, Long Chen had taken the risk to change his cultivation technique, almost losing his life. Foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Even if you hadn't come to find me, I would still have to do this. It has nothing to do with you, said Long Chen. With Ziyan's help, the pain in his soul gradually lifted. As he began to recover, he checked his body. His astral spaces were cracked now. Fortunately, the cores were still intact, and they were in the process of recovering. As for his 6 stars, they were all unharmed. Why did this happen? Long Chen sighed. This was the result of his thousands of calculations and deductions. It couldn't be wrong. He had based it on the experience of the 5 sovereigns, so it was definitely possible. Then why wouldn't it work? Was it his bad luck? There was definitely nothing wrong with your calculations. Every step was perfectly in harmony with the Grand Tao, but it still failed in the end. There must be some detail you're overlooking, said Evil Moon. Even Evil Moon felt that the failure this time was inconceivable. Long Chen had been sure of his plan. Everything had been going smoothly, only to suddenly fail at the end. If there really was something wrong with the process, then there should have been something off in the middle, but it only occurred at the very end. However, it wasn't likely that such a thing was a result of his bad luck. Success was success, and failure was failure. If it failed the first time, it would definitely fail the second time if nothing was changed. There had to be a reason that Long Chen was unaware of. With his soul and astral spaces recovering, it was just 3 days before they were healed. However, his body was still a mess. He needed to reconnect his bones and meridians, and only then could he start circulating his life energy to heal. This injury took him a full month to heal. During this month, Mo Nian and the others were busy interrupting their enemies and cultivating themselves. The medicinal pills allowed them to grow stronger with each passing day, and their experts had broken through to the 5th heaven stage. It was a shocking speed. However, the day before Long Chen fully recovered, a piece of bad news came from Mo Nian's side. Mo Nian had led their army into resentful Death City and encountered Yi Ming. Yi Ming had advanced to the ninth heaven stage, and Mo Nian's disruption had interrupted in the middle of his attempt to advance to the 10th heaven stage, the Venerate realm. Just as he was about to succeed, Mo Nian interrupted him, infuriating him and causing him to charge onto the martial heaven continent. If it hadn't been for the protection of the Central Plains cauldron, Mo Nian would have been killed. Fortunately, Wilder was powerful enough to exchange several blows with Yi Ming. They both ended up injured, and Yi Ming retreated in the end. Yi Ming's rate of growth caused people to despair. At that rate, it wouldn't be long before he became sovereign. This piece of news shook Long Chen's heart. His own cultivation speed could be called cheating, but it was even more exaggerated when it came to Yi Ming. He was constantly advancing, and there was practically no logic to speak of. Such rapid advancement can only be done through devouring power. Yi Ming can control dark energy, or perhaps he sacrificed all the experts of the corrupt path. He schemed so deeply just for this day, said Evil Moon. A human like Yi Ming had actually managed to gain control over dark energy. He was truly ruthlessly ambitious. Let's ignore that for now. I've fully recovered. Let's go to the ancient battlefield and bring back the Zither soul. We can talk more once the Southern Sea Zither acknowledges a master. Long Chen rose. However, just as he was about to leave with Zai Yan, the void suddenly shuddered. Zai Yan and Long Chen were surrounded by a group of people. Chapter 27, 28 Punitive Forces. Zai Yan, what are you doing? Why did you block us out? The ones to come were the elusive Music Immortal Palace's music master and a group of their old experts. Amongst them was an old crone who barked at Zai Yan. The music master's expression was also ugly. During this time, in order to protect Long Chen, Zai Yan had used the Southern Sea Zither's power to completely lock down this area, making it impossible for anyone to sense them. Now that Long Chen was fully recovered, her barrier was retracted, and the elusive Music Immortal Palace's people finally found them and rushed over. Long Chen frowned. He felt increasing distaste for these old-timers. Do we need to report everything to you? Don't you think you're bothering us enough? Snorted Long Chen. Shut up, you little. Before the old crone even finished speaking, Long Chen had appeared in front of her and slapped her wrinkled, spotted, shoehorn-looking face. That late heaven-merging expert was sent flying, her jaw shattered. Long Chen, Zai Yan cried out. Long Chen's temper was far too violent. That was an ancestral expert he had just struck. The rest of the elusive Music Immortal Palace's experts were enraged. For them to scold Zai Yan was the business of the elusive Music Immortal Palace, yet Long Chen had injured the speaker, ignoring the rest of them. An ancient flute appeared in one of their hands, but just at that moment, Evil Moon pressed against her head. With just a thought, she would lose her life. Long Chen, stop. Zai Yan hastily grabbed Long Chen, afraid he really would kill her. When he got angry, he never thought about the consequences. Zai Yan is a disciple of your elusive Music Immortal Palace, but she is also my woman. I hope you can be more courteous and not shout at her, or it will make me feel very displeased, said Long Chen icily. If it was the music master teaching Zai Yan a lesson, then perhaps that would be fine. But every one of these experts acted as if they were above Zai Yan and allowed to bully her, infuriating Long Chen. Of two ninth heaven stage heaven-merging experts, one was slapped by Long Chen, while the other had her life in his hands. Everyone, including the music master, was startled. Only now did they sense that Long Chen had advanced to the 7th heaven stage. His aura was vast like a sea. Long Chen. Zai Yan held Long Chen's arm with a pleading expression. Considering how long she had known him, she knew that he was acting this way because of her. He didn't care about other opinions of him, but he wouldn't allow someone to bully those that he cared about, especially not one of his women whom he viewed as even more important than his own life. They were his reverse scale. Touching them would invoke his wrath. Zai Yan was also moved by Long Chen's declaration. Although her heart had long since belonged to him, up until now, Long Chen's own feelings had not been explicit. For Long Chen to say those words in front of everyone made it clear that Zai Yan also had a spot in his heart. With Zai Yan pulling on him, Long Chen pulled back Evil Moon. However, the old crone's expression was extremely ugly. Back in her time, she had been someone who called the wind and rain, someone whose existence shook the entire world, who had dared to go against her. However, now she was defeated in a single move by a junior. No, it couldn't even count as a move. She had simply been directly suppressed. With a cold snort, she turned and left. She clearly didn't have the face to remain here. The other one who Long Chen had slapped glared at Long Chen, seemingly wanting to speak. However, when Long Chen turned to look at her, she felt like a death god was staring at her. All her vicious words were swallowed back down. "Ziyan, we were worried about you. You vanished without a word. We were worried sick for many days," sighed the music master. "I understand. This matter was too urgent. Long Chen, he," said Ziyan. "I was in seclusion and couldn't be disturbed. I had Evil Moon set up a grand formation to block out all connections to the outside world," said Long Chen. In truth, the moment he had woken up, he had told Ziyan not to tell the elusive music immortal palace where they were. For some reason, he felt intense dislike for them, and he could sense killing intent from them. Who knew what they would do if they learned that he was in a critically injured state? Seeing Long Chen place the blame on himself, the music master wasn't in a position to press that topic. She said, "This matter can end here. It's fine as long as you're both all right. After all, you are the hope for the martial heaven continent's future. Nothing can happen to you. Long Chen, you've advanced to the 7th heaven stage. Your power has greatly increased. This is a good thing. The chances of reclaiming the Zither soul have increased. However, don't blame me for being an old person and saying too much. Let me just say that even though your power has risen greatly, you must still be cautious." "Music master, don't worry. We are preparing to go to the ancient battlefield. We've made ample preparations," said Ziyan. The music master nodded and gently brushed back some of Ziyan's hair. "All right then. With Long Chen and you working together, I'm not worried. However, safety is number one. If things get dangerous, don't push it. Retreat and we will think of some other way. As long as people are still alive, there is still hope, understood?" "Disciple understands. We will definitely succeed," said Ziyan, a bit emotional. The music master had made no small effort in raising her these past few years. Her matter with Long Chen had also changed for the better thanks to the music master. The latter's endorsement of their relationship had caused her to fight with the other senior members of the elusive music immortal palace many times. That was why Ziyan was extremely grateful to the music master, as well as filled with guilt. All she hoped for was for this tribulation to pass. When the time came, she hoped another outstanding heir to the elusive music immortal palace would arise, and then she would be able to leave without any guilt. After saying goodbye to the music master, Long Chen and Ziyan snuck into the ancient battlefield. As soon as they entered, Long Chen staggered, almost falling. Chapter 27, 29 surrounded once more. "Long Chen, what is it? Are your wounds not healed?" asked Ziyan worriedly. Long Chen shook his head. However, his gaze darted around, as sharp as a blade. "I suddenly felt some heart palpitations, as if great danger was about to descend. Evil Moon, are you sure no one is watching us?" This had never occurred before. As soon as he entered the ancient battlefield, he had a bad feeling, but he was unable to say what exactly the problem was. If someone had set their sights on him, the 9-star Hegemon body art would have sensed it, but that feeling hadn't appeared. "I've used one of the dragon race's secret arts to conceal both your auras. Furthermore, the demonic beast race's spiritual strength isn't strong. If they were to notice you, you would immediately be able to tell. For your reaction to be so strong, is it perhaps due to this battlefield? Is there some secret hidden within this battlefield that you've sensed?" said Evil Moon. It was confident in its secret art. Tricking the demonic beast race was not an issue. Furthermore, it also had confidence in Long Chen's cultivation technique. Its sharp senses would be able to tell if anyone had set their sights on him. After a while, that feeling slowly faded. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Long Chen uncomfortably smiled. It seemed it really was some sequelae from his injuries. After that, he and Ziyan stealthily went deeper into the ancient battlefield. About 2 hours after they entered, Mo Nian led a raid on the ancient battlefield, disturbing the laws of the heavenly Taos for an instant before leaving. The demonic beasts seemed to have grown numb to these assaults. They didn't even bother chasing Mo Nian away. They practically invited him to come and go. As long as Mo Nian and the others didn't charge into the core region, they ignored them. Once they were gone, Long Chen and Ziyan entered, taking advantage of the brief chaos. It was extremely easy. "Long Chen, the Zither soul is located in the northwestern area. If we go to it directly, we'll cut through the core of the demonic beast race, so we have to go around. Although I can sense the Zither soul, I still can't tell its exact location. We'll have to go slowly," transmitted Ziyan. Long Chen nodded. Sovereign Han Wei was the previous master of the Southern Sea Zither. In her era, she had suppressed this place, so perhaps the loss of the Zither soul was related to her. The two of them carefully went around. 3 days later, they finally reached the back area of the ancient battlefield, which was littered with frightening, dried-up bones. It could be seen just how intense the battle back then had been. Most of those skeletons were complete, and a mysterious vibration still came from their bodies. Xuanhuan said that it was the result of being killed by the music Tao. Even after tens of thousands of years, this brand remained and would continue to tear away at these corpses. Of the 5 sovereigns, Sovereign Han Wei was the most decisive killer, the most warlike. For these bones to remain intact with such a brand meant that they had to have at least reached the Venerate realm. The area that they passed through had mountains of these corpses. Long Chen felt a chill. Just how many experts had Sovereign Han Wei killed back then? After another couple of hours, they arrived at a giant mountain of bones. Strange sounds began to ring in their ears when they got closer to the mountain. It was like the crying of souls. Long Chen, the zither soul is inside that bone mountain. Long Chen, what is it? Xuanhuan suddenly noticed that Long Chen's expression had changed. It was a bit frightening. Stars were revolving in his eyes. The sense of danger has returned, and it's a danger that I've never encountered before. The 9-star Hegemon body art seems to sense that the zither soul is suppressing something. If we take it, that terrifying thing will be unleashed. Long Chen's expression was grave. The sense of danger that had just popped up made his hair stand on end. That could only mean that he was in extreme danger. The two of them then climbed the mountain and found a deep hole at the center of the mountain. At the bottom of it was a huge skull, which was too big to even tell from what life form it originated. It was floating there at the center of the hole. Music Tao had condensed into an illusory image of the southern sea zither above it. What do we do? Xuanhuan's expression changed. If they took the zither soul, would this skull come back to life? Long Chen also didn't know what to do. If they took the zither soul, it would release this terrifying beast. Long Chen slowly approached it. Suddenly, Evil Moon said, "This is the skull of a void beast. It's been dead for many years. Furthermore, this is the skull of one that has just been born." Just recently born, Long Chen jumped. It was so big after just being born. Void beasts wander the cosmos, and a matured void beast can devour a star in one gulp. However, a void beast couldn't possibly come to such a low-level plane. It's most likely some floating corpse in the cosmos that fell here. The curious thing is that the zither soul doesn't seem to be suppressing it. It's already dead. This zither soul seems to be taking its energy to nourish itself, said Evil Moon suspiciously. It's not suppressing it. Long Chen's heart suddenly thumped and he instantly understood. He grabbed Xuanhuan and slashed the void. Run, it's a trap. Boom! The void exploded. Long Chen charged through the crack with Xuanhuan, only to be forced out by some terrifying power. Ha ha ha, now that you've come, don't even think about leaving. Laughter suddenly rang through the air, and Xuanhuan's expression changed. That was the voice of the 9-headed lion. As the void twisted, one figure after another appeared. The demonic beast race, the blood race, the undying race, and the devil race's experts had completely surrounded them. Xuanhuan even saw experts from the divine families. The 9-headed lion, the blood fiend devil lord, Yi Ming, the all-devil heavenwalker, and Long Yashin had all come. Moreover, countless experts of the various races had formed a 3-layer blockade around them, trapping Long Chen and Xuanhuan like birds in a cage. How can this be? Xuanhuan was pale. This was clearly a trap. Xuanhuan, I bet you never imagined this. Suddenly, a voice that struck Xuanhuan like a bolt of lightning rang out. She turned to look at that figure, not daring to believe her eyes. Chapter 27, 30 Trick and Hatred. Amongst the crowd came a group of women. They were the experts of the elusive music immortal palace, and the one leading them was the music master. The current music master had lost any of her previous kind and gentle air. She was like an entirely different person. The ruthlessness in her expression could not be hidden. Impossible, impossible, you're fake, you must be imposters. Xuanhuan was as pale as paper. Tears streamed down her eyes. She had fallen into a nightmare. She had to wake up, but she was powerless to do so. That was because everything before her was real. The warm, motherly music master that had protected and defended her had torn off her mask, becoming a devil. How could she accept that? Long Chen looked at Xuanhuan. There was not even a hint of reproach in his eyes, only pain for her. Now he understood why he felt such dislike for the music master and the others. They wanted to kill him but hadn't made a direct move in that regard. Instead, they used Xuanhuan's trust in them and the zither soul as bait to bring them here. As long as they didn't directly harm him and instead focused on Xuanhuan as the crux of their plans, The senses of the 9-star Hegemon body art could be muddled. Long Chen had even thought that he was overly suspicious. Now it seemed that he was still too naive, or perhaps it should be said that he had been too confident in the 9-star Hegemon body art's sense of danger. Because of it, he had fallen into this trap. Ha ha ha, what a pitiful child. You had no idea. Do you know why the Southern Sea Zither never acknowledged you as master? It's because it is controlled by us. Its main soul is under our control. What you have in your hands is nothing more than a husk, said the old crone that Long Chen had previously slapped. Why did you use me? If you wanted to kill me, just kill me. Why use me? Ziyan let out a hysterical cry filled with resentment and hatred. Due to her, Long Chen was going to die here. She had implicated him. She hated herself. In all her life, Ziyan had never hated anyone. However, now she hated the elusive Music Immortal Palace's people to the core. She wanted to kill them all. Music Master snorted. That's your own fault. Who are you blaming? The elusive Music Immortal Palace exists on the Martial Heaven continent to eliminate threats. As for you, you are a tool for finding those threats as well as eliminating them. That is your destiny. When you realized Long Chen was your devil star, you should have killed him. But you let him off repeatedly, missing the best time to kill him. We were in seclusion back then, and when we learned what happened, Long Chen was already grown. We couldn't directly kill him. That's why we had to use you to set up this trap and lure him here. If you had simply abided by the rules back then and killed Long Chen when you met him, none of this would have happened. Hearing this, Long Chen and Ziyan instantly understood. It seemed that Ziyan only existed as a tool for the elusive Music Immortal Palace, a tool to get rid of Long Chen. The elusive Music Immortal Palace could predict this future, so they had allowed Ziyan to roam the world. When she encountered Long Chen while he was still weak, she was to kill him. Why do you have to kill Long Chen? He is the ultimate hope of the Martial Heaven continent. If you kill him, the Martial Heaven continent will be doomed. Countless lives will perish. Is your conscience all right with that? Sobbed Ziyan. Ha ha ha, all the experts laughed. The old crone that Long Chen had slapped sneered, you really are an idiot, we're all standing here. You still not understand. Our goal has always been to destroy the Martial Heaven continent. That is the mission of the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Today, Long Chen will definitely die. As for you, your end won't be much better. You will be turned into a puppet, a killing machine for the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Countless people in the Martial Heaven continent will be killed by you, ha ha ha. I'll kill you. Ziyan suddenly seemed to go insane. She suddenly charged out with the Southern Sea Zither. Startled, Long Chen was about to chase after her when a message from the Southern Sea Zither rang out in his mind. He was already too late. As Ziyan smashed toward that old crone, the 7 strings of the Southern Sea Zither raged. This was an attack containing all of Ziyan's life, as well as all her hatred. You won't be killing anyone today. Obediently become a puppet. The music master suddenly formed a hand seal. The zither soul down below flew out, condensing into a string in her hand. Boom! The Southern Sea Zither trembled. As a result of the impact, Ziyan coughed up a mouthful of blood and her face turned white. Her beautiful eyes had lost all their light. All of a sudden, she was grabbed by the old crone, but she didn't react at all, as if she had no soul. You dare to move? The old crone suddenly grabbed Ziyan's neck, shouting at Long Chen, if you dare to come over, I'll kill this little slut. If you dare to touch even a single hair of hers, I'll make you regret being born in this world. Long Chen's voice was icy. His killing intent had practically condensed into a solid form. You're threatening me? I really don't believe that. The old crone suddenly reached out to slap Ziyan's face, but before her hand landed, she was struck by a slap from the music master. The music master shouted, have you grown muddled with age? What are you doing at this time? The music master grabbed the listless Ziyan. Without even looking at Long Chen, she said to the others, the mission of the elusive Music Immortal Palace is complete. The rest is up to you. At this moment, the music master left with the experts of the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Long Chen wanted to chase, but he was surrounded by countless experts. Even at this time, you're still thinking of others. You should think more about yourself. Death is going to be a luxury for you. Long Yashin stepped forward from amongst the divine families, barring Long Chen's path. At this moment, Long Yashin's eyes were filled with a harsh light. His hatred for Long Chen was taller than the mountain, deeper than the sea. The battle during the previous tribulation had humiliated him, and his father had even been killed by Long Chen. Hence, upon seeing Long Chen again, his killing intent instantly ignited. I will personally cut off your head today, shouted Long Yashin. His 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram quivered, and his spear pierced toward Long Chen. Chapter 27, 31 Sovereign Crown. In front of a 9th heaven stage Long Yashin, Long Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His divine ring and 6-star battle armor appeared. Boom! As a result, Long Chen and Long Yashin were both blown back. It was just a probing blow, but it caused the bone mountain to crumble. You've advanced to the 7th heaven stage. It seems that you've been cultivating with your life on the line. How regretful that no matter how hard you try, you'll be nothing more than a side character. Long Yashin sneered. Just at that moment, an indistinct crown appeared on his head. When that crown manifested, the feeling of the entire world changed. Long Yashin's aura rose by several times and a sovereign pressure appeared. Do you see this? I've condensed the sovereign crown, a mark of being a sovereign. Although it's not yet complete, it's enough for me to command heaven and earth. As for you, you are an ant crawling beneath my feet. Long Yashin walked through the air, every step causing the void to rumble. Moreover, flowers of the Grand Tao appeared, trailing behind him. He was like the ruler of this world. Long Chen coldly said, "So what if you've condensed a sovereign crown? It's still not enough in front of me. Let alone this embryonic form, even if you were truly a sovereign, you would still be a dog in front of me." Sovereign suppression, Long Yashin furiously shouted, slamming his hand down. Cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks possessed the power of the laws of the heavenly Taos, which then froze the space around Long Chen. Long Yashin was using the power of an entire world to suppress Long Chen. The moment he used this power, space began to fold on itself, stacking over and over. The concept of time and space was distorted. Instead, chaos reigned. Just as Long Chen was caught in a chaotic stream of spacetime, Long Yashin's spear stabbed toward his stomach. He hated Long Chen, to the point that he didn't want the latter to die so quickly. He wanted to first cripple Long Chen's cultivation base. Within this sovereign domain, Long Chen was like a prisoner trapped in a prison. He had lost his connection to the outside world's power. To any Empyrean, this was an absolute suppression with no way to escape. However, that was not the case for Long Chen. Upon reaching the 7th heaven stage, his power source was not the outside world but his 108,000 stars. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Long Chen shattered Long Yashin's sovereign domain. Evil Moon hacked into his spear like a bolt of black lightning. What? Even the power of a sovereign is unable to bind him. How is that possible? Yi Ming, the 9-headed lion, the blood fiend devil lord, and the all-devil heaven walker were stunned. The 4 of them had all reached the peak of the 9th heaven stage, having condensed the embryonic sovereign crown. That meant that they had also condensed the power of an entire world. It could be said that their sovereign suppression was a peerless counter to any technique and life form. They had tested it themselves. Other than against venerate experts that had a certain resistance, those at the 9th heaven stage and below could only obediently be suppressed. However, it was actually ineffective against Long Chen, which stunned them. He was practically a monster. There was no way to judge him with common sense. Boom! As Evil Moon slashed into the dragon spear, Long Chen's arm trembled. The current Long Yashin had the sovereign crown and the support of an entire world's energy and laws, so his power had surpassed the level that a normal person could comprehend. As for Long Yashin, he almost coughed up blood. He was barely able to keep a hold of his spear. He was shocked that he couldn't suppress Long Chen. While Long Chen's right arm quivered, his left hand wasn't blocked by anything. It swung out, and a lightning rune appeared in his palm the instant he struck Long Yashin's face. That was Lei Linger's power. As a result, Long Yashin's face exploded, and he shot back amongst the divine families. Startled, the divine families reached out to catch Long Yashin. Split the heavens 9. Just at that moment, Long Chen slashed Evil Moon. His scales turned half black and his blood chi soared. His saber was like a river of stars slashing down. A crescent moon fang was unleashed out of Evil Moon, flying toward Long Yashin. As a result, all of the divine family's experts caught in its line were annihilated. Block it! Hundreds of experts on the level of venerates from the divine families attacked. Rays of divine light flew out. Boom! As those rays of divine light exploded along with the saber image, all these venerates coughed up blood, horrified. Even their combined power still resulted in them being injured. Split the heavens 9. They had just received Long Chen's attack when another heaven-rending saber slashed toward Long Yashin. It was as if it would not stop until Long Yashin was dead. There was practically no pause between the two attacks. Long Yashin was still in the midst of recovering. If it weren't for the Divine Family's experts helping him receive the first attack, he would have died. The Divine Family's experts were now injured and forced back, unable to help him receive the second attack. Hence, with a furious roar, Long Yashin blocked with his spear. Boom! Long Yashin coughed up blood, tumbling back. Long Chen's power came from his 108,000 stars, and so it contained 108,000 different sets of laws. Because of it, Long Yashin was temporarily unable to recover with his heavenly Tao energy. Even the sovereign crown was unable to suppress Long Chen's power. Split the heavens 9. Just at this moment, Long Chen's third blow fell, stunning everyone. They were well aware of Long Chen's split the heavens. He had used it last time, but back then every usage had exhausted him. This time Long Chen had unleashed it 3 times without pause, stunning Long Yashin. In his current state, there was no way he could receive such an attack. He was still off balance and injured from the last one. However, this blow of Long Chen's didn't contain any locking power. Without even thinking about it, Long Yashin dodged to the side. The Divine Family's experts also dodged almost instinctively. As this shocking blow passed by all of them, the laws of heaven and earth were sliced apart by it. A giant hole now appeared in their perfect cage. Not good. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. However, it was too late. Long Chen had rushed out of the opening created by the 9th form of Split the Heavens. Boom! Just as he escaped their encirclement, a golden hand fell from the sky, slamming into Long Chen's body. As a result, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and was forced back. A dozen elders appeared in the void. One of them looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Just give up. You can't escape. As long as you abandon your hatred, the doors of the Divine Families will be open to you. Lord Saint, how is that acceptable? Long Chen must die, roared Long Yashin. Chapter 27, 32 captured. Those elders did not just belong to one power. Some of them were from the blood race, the demonic beast race, the undying race, and the devil race. Every single one of them was terrifyingly powerful. However, amongst them was an even more terrifying expert who vaguely had the aura of a sovereign. That expert with the sovereign aura was the old monster of the undying race, the one who had fought 3 days and nights against Sovereign Zai Yang. However, their leader was not any one of them. Instead, it was the Divine Family's Lord Saint. As soon as he appeared, Long Chen's heart turned cold. A saint was an existence that stood at almost the peak of the current world. For over 10 of them to appear now, even Long Chen felt despair. In order to capture him, it could be said that the various powers had brought out their full forces. They didn't give him any chance of escaping. Their trap was practically seamless, inescapable. The Lord Saint of the Divine Families didn't even glance at Long Yashin when the latter roared angrily. Instead, he looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, you are an amazing genius just like your father. I cannot bear to see you die here. If you swear to hand over all your secrets, I can open this net. Once this tribulation is over, I will send you to the higher plane. Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder and coldly looked at the Lord Saint. Don't act so fake. I admit that I've been defeated this time. From your eyes, I can see what you're thinking. You've taken the most valuable thing from me last time, and now you want to take more. Send me to a higher plane once this tribulation is over. Do you think that it is possible? When Long Yashin becomes a true sovereign, will you have the power to make such a promise? Don't keep acting. You are the same as Long Yashin. Do you think I'm a fool to fall for this act? You want my secrets? Keep dreaming. Perhaps you can take my life, but you won't be able to take what you really want. Long Chen knew that he was caught. Having fallen into their hands, he would definitely be facing a life worse than death. All that was left was one final desperate attempt. In the face of his impending death, Long Chen didn't feel fear, only unresigned. He regretted not fully trusting the sense of danger from the 9-star Hegemon body art. If he had thought it over more, perhaps he would have been able to break this trap. Thinking of the doom of the Martial Heaven continent and everyone who would die, he knew he had to survive. His head rapidly worked as he stared coldly at the Lord Saint. The Lord Saint shook his head. The matter involving your father back then is something I feel great regret for. It was a mistake. How can I allow this mistake to occur again? Promise to hand over your secrets, and I will have everyone within the Divine Family swear not to make things hard on you. What about my brothers, my wives? Asked Long Chen. The Lord Saint shook his head. I can only guarantee your life. As for everyone else, they are all pieces within the tribulation. No one can change their fates. Boom! Suddenly, the space in front of Long Chen exploded, and he shot back like a shooting star, entering the crowd once more. He actually threw himself into their net. The Lord Saint's expression changed. By entering the crowd, they couldn't attack him with their full power, or it would affect their allies as well. Stop him! Long Chen's target was Long Yashin. Long Yashin was furious. He was no fool. He saw that Long Chen wanted to take him hostage. Intolerable, Long Yashin roared furiously. He couldn't possibly retreat at this moment. A sovereign had to maintain an undefeatable Dao heart. There was no way he could become a full sovereign without it. Boom! However, the result was that his injuries had yet to heal, and he was unable to block a single blow from Long Chen. He was sent flying. As rumbling rang out, a lightning spear flew out of Long Chen's right hand. Only now did Long Yashin realize that Long Chen wasn't using him as a hostage. He was trying to drag Long Yashin down with him. Divine lightning thundered. This spear contained all of Lei Linger's power, and its destructive power blew away the laws of heaven and earth. Even Long Yashin's sovereign crown vanished. The 9 dragons in Long Yashin's manifestation grew dim, which indicated that the power of his manifestation had been sealed. In other words, if this attack killed him, there would be no substitute. He would be truly dead. Lei Linger had absorbed the divine lightning of the 5 sovereigns. What laws could possibly restrict her? Her power caused even the Lord Saint's expression to change. The 9-headed lion, the blood fiend devil lord Yi Ming, and the all-devil heaven walker were capable of helping. If the 4 of them joined forces, they should be able to receive this attack. However, the 4 of them simply stood there, seemingly waiting for Long Chen to kill Long Yashin first. There was even some delight in their eyes. Suddenly, a jade pendant glowed on Long Yashin's chest. Following that, a hand reached out. It was the same hand that had smacked Long Chen down. It was the Lord Saint. Long Yashin had used the power of the jade pendant to have the Lord Saint appear before him. It was actually unaffected by Lei Linger's influence. The lightning spear directly pierced the Lord Saint's hand, continuing all the way to strike his chest. Boom! The clothes on the Lord Saint's chest were blown apart, revealing a thin, bony chest. Countless runes flowed across his skin. His skin looked like it was made of gold, but now there was a large hole in his chest. The Lord Saint looked down at the hole and cracks in his chest. Even the divine family's golden saint body was broken by you. You deserve to be called Long Zhanshan's son. If you had reached the 9th heaven stage, this attack might have taken my life. Regretfully, this is your fate. The other saints also attacked at this time, and rays of divine light enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen let out a heaven-shaking roar as he fought back against the suppression of a dozen saints. His skin was torn apart, and blood instantly dyed him red. The old monster of the undying race narrowed his eyes. He slowly raised his staff, and 6 strange rays of light shot out from the eye sockets of the 3 skulls on his staff. Bang! Suddenly, the Lord Saint appeared in front of Long Chen, and with a palm to his head, knocked him unconscious. He tossed Long Chen to the divine family's experts. He then turned to the undying race's elder. What? Were you trying to refine Long Chen into a puppet to replace Yi Ming? The old monster silently lowered his staff and indifferently said, You misunderstand. I was just thinking of helping you suppress Long Chen. Long Chen was captured. After that, the divine family's experts bound him with countless chains and took out over 100 trapping formations. Even the Lord Saint would be unable to escape if bound by this many formations. It could be seen just how cautious they were when it came to Long Chen. Wait, where is Long Chen's saber? Suddenly, a cry rang out. Just now, all their focus had been on suppressing Long Chen. No one had noticed that Evil Moon had vanished at some point. Chapter 27:33 The Southern Seasiller's Secret. Boom! An explosion came from the pill furnace, startling Meng Qi and the others. The demon moon furnace had actually caused the pills to explode. What happened? Asked Meng Qi, looking at Long Chen's clone. Linger was also startled. Spiritual fluctuations came from Senior Evil Moon disturbing me. It seems that something has happened. Long Chen's clone had Evil Moon controlling the spirit, while Linger and the Heaven Flipping Seal controlled the Qi and essence. When Long Chen left and brought away Evil Moon had left a portion of its soul behind to maintain the clone. Right now the void split open. Evil Moon appeared and merged into the clone. It's not good. Long Chen has fallen for a trap. What? Within endless darkness, a chilling cold invaded Ziyan's body. This was a prison. The sinister, ear-piercing laugh of devils occasionally rang out here, as if resentful spirits were wailing. That sound possessed a powerful effect on the soul. It could invade a person's mindset and draw them into illusions. It could even be used to grow a heart devil. As a music cultivator, Xuanhuan was even more sensitive to such an attack. She felt 10 times the pain someone else would. However, whether it was the pain of the physical body or the torment of her soul, she didn't care about any of it. Only one thing gnawed at her heart like a viper. "Long Chen, I harmed you." Within the darkness, the music master's sinister voice rang out in her mind along with her ruthless expression. She felt hatred. She had become a chess piece used to harm Long Chen. Since they were unable to directly target Long Chen, they used her and Long Chen's trust in her. She wished that she was dead now. With Long Chen in their hands, he was definitely suffering a fate worse than death. Hatred, resentment, unwillingness, killing intent. The devil music crashing down upon her from all directions was clearly attempting to nourish a heart devil within her, gradually erasing her will and turning her into a puppet. What she needed to do was to calm herself. That was the only way to resist the invasion of the heart devil. However, whenever she thought of Long Chen, those negative emotions surged within her. In front of her lay the southern sea zither. Regretfully, it was already under someone else's control. It was like a lifeless log. "Senior, did you also encounter something like this? Am I really going to end up becoming their puppet? Will my own hands slaughter the lives of the martial heaven continent? Will I kill my sisters and Long Chen's hot-blooded brothers?" Xuanhuan muttered to herself. Tears once more surfaced in her eyes. She felt like she had fallen into a bottomless hell, powerless to resist. The formations and chains made her unable to even kill herself. "Now do you know the evil side of humanity?" Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xuanhuan's mind. Xuanhuan was startled but ecstatic. "Senior, is it you? Is it really you?" That voice belonged to the southern sea zither. But that was impossible. The music master had used the zither soul to gain complete control over the southern sea zither. What lay before her should be nothing more than an empty husk. This husk was for her when she became bedeviled. She would then play a song of slaughter, becoming nothing more than a tool. Hence, for the southern sea zither to be able to speak to her, she finally felt a glimmer of hope within this endless darkness. "Of course it is me. Answer my question from 20 years ago again. When you encounter evil people, what should you do?" Xuanhuan felt as if she had returned to 20 years ago. When she was but a girl, the southern sea zither had asked her this question. Her answer was that she would turn evil to good, bringing them to the correct path. Now that the southern sea zither brought it back up, she felt that this answer was laughable. Kill them all." Killing intent raged within Xuanhuan's eyes. She recalled the music master's fake face and her senior's expressions. At this moment, her killing intent exploded like a volcano. In that instant, Xuanhuan began to transform. Her face grew colder, harder. If Long Chen was present, he would definitely find her resembling sovereign Han Wei. "Good. The current you are finally qualified to be my master. I'm a slaughter zither. The music of slaughter can only be played by those who can kill resolutely. In that battle of the immortal era, my master betrayed me, almost causing the destruction of the eastern wasteland bell. Ever since then, I carry a disgrace that cannot be washed away. From then onward, I stopped believing in kindness. I only believe in killing. My last master was Han Wei, and you will be the next sovereign Han Wei. Come, join forces with me. We will kill until the world flips," said the southern sea zither. An ancient zither appeared within Xuanhuan's mindset. This was the zither soul, and it fully merged with Xuanhuan. However, this zither soul was not very powerful. Before Xuanhuan could speak, the southern sea zither explained. "My main soul is still under their control. But as long as you do as I teach you, acting like you've become a bedeviled puppet, we will reclaim that main soul when they try to control you. Furthermore, after you become a puppet, they will definitely pour their resources into you to turn you into the strongest killing machine. While becoming a sovereign isn't possible, you will become an emperor. Then we will kill them until their blood turns into a river." Xuanhuan nodded. Within the darkness, an unprecedented determination shone in her eyes. "Long Chen, if you are still alive, I will accompany you in battle. If you are dead, I will kill all our enemies and then join you." But pain racked Long Chen's body. He felt like he had become prey caught in a spider web. Every single bone, every single meridian was hooked. His blood had almost been sucked dry, and he was incomparably weak. "Long Chen, I'll give you another chance, one last chance. If you want to live, hand over your secrets." Long Chen barely managed to raise his head. His neck crackled. He didn't know what they had done to him, but just opening his eyes made his eyes burn. His vision was extremely indistinct at first. He found himself in a foreign world, cold and desolate. Stones covered this craggy land, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had been sucked dry. There was no sign of life. Standing in front of him were two people. One was the Lord Saint, while the other the sinister heaven executioner. His slender hands held a delicate bloody blade. He was looking at Long Chen with interest, a smile on his face. I didn't expect that after so many years, I will get to use my blade against your body once more. It truly is an honor. Chapter 27, 34 Bone Scraping Torture. The Heaven Executioner. Only a few people knew his real name. In the divine families, he was only called the Heaven Executioner. He was officially the manager in charge of the Justice Department, but so much time had passed that people had forgotten this position. The Heaven Executioner had become his name. Long Chen looked at the Heaven Executioner with icy killing intent. Back then, when he was just a baby, someone had cruelly taken his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone. It was this pair of evil hands that had destroyed his family. Only now did Long Chen notice golden threads throughout his entire body, and every thread was connected to his meridians and bones. He was like a puppet being strung along. He had lost his ability to recover. Every trace of blood chi, every trace of spiritual strength was sucked away by those threads, leaving him powerless. Long Chen, you're beat. You have no chance of turning things around, just surrender. Your father was even stronger than you back then but was unable to escape these bindings. In the end, he was sent away. You should just give up. You can't escape and don't even think that someone will come save you. This is the heavens' devastation world. It only has a single connection to other worlds, and that entrance exists in the divine family's ancestral lands. Furthermore, that entrance is a top secret even amongst the divine families. There are definitely less than 10 people aware of it. Even if the Martial Heaven Alliance learns that you're in our hands, they can't do anything, especially since we've closed the channel connecting the Martial Heaven continent to us. They can't get in, but even if they did, they would have to tear down the entire divine families to have a chance of finding the entrance. But do they have that power? The Martial Heaven continent has declined. You should know just how strong we are, said the Lord Saint. Long Chen nodded. It's true. I never expected that the divine families were so powerful. So the so-called Dark Era's battles were a scheme. The divine families were the true spies. No wonder you would always hide whenever the sovereigns appeared, and there are no records of you participating in battles. How unfortunate that I don't have the wisdom of the sovereigns and failed to notice this. Since I'm in your hands, there's nothing to say. I just don't understand. Are you attacking the Martial Heaven continent simply for slaughter? The Lord Saint shook his head. That's a secret. Until the final moment, no one can speak of it. Don't bother thinking about it. Even if you did learn this secret from my mouth, what would you do? Are you even capable of reporting it to the Martial Heaven continent? Even if you give us your secrets, all I can do is protect your life. I won't let you go back to the Martial Heaven continent and ruin our plans. Let's get back to the topic. I'm giving you your last chance. Hand over your secrets, and I will let you live. Halasa. Long Chen laughed. The Lord Saint cocked his head. Is it very funny? Long Chen shook his head. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at my father. Oh? I'm laughing at the soft heart he had. He was so soft-hearted that he didn't kill you, not knowing that this person that he had mercy on would have no mercy on his son. Isn't that funny? Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed, his voice full of ridicule. Shut up, the Lord Saint furiously shouted. I've given you your chance, but you refuse to accept it. If I didn't pity the two of you, both of you would have been immediately killed. Haha, what a joke. My father spared your life back then. This is what he gets in return. You act so noble, but you're just a hypocrite. Just looking at you disgusts me. You wish to know how I cultivated to my current level without my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. You wish to know how a group of normal people like the Dragon Blood Legion rose to the peak of the martial path. You want to know why the 5 sovereigns chose me to carry on their legacies. Haha, do you think I'm a fool? You think you have an absolute advantage, but your eyes tell me that you're filled with unease. The Martial Heaven continent still has many secrets that you're unaware of. Any one of those secrets could cause your plans to fail. My guess is that if things do fail, you will face your own inescapable tribulation. And you play such childish games to dredge out my secrets. Keep dreaming, sneered Long Chen. You, the Lord Saint pointed at Long Chen furiously, but his furious gaze contained a trace of worry. He really was uneasy. The sovereigns were connected to the greatest secret of the Martial Heaven continent. Even after so many years, they hadn't managed to pierce that veil. The 5 sovereigns all viewed Long Chen highly. There must be some reason for that. If they killed Long Chen, that secret might be forever lost. The martial heaven continent was the core of the star field. Although it was on the verge of destruction, it was not a normal world. Even on the verge of death, any life that was facing demise would unleash all its power at that final moment to fight back. Long Chen very likely knew some of those core secrets. If they could obtain those, their plans would go even smoother. That was why they viewed his secrets as something that they had to obtain. For Long Chen to completely see through his intentions like this embarrassed the Lord Saint. This embarrassment became anger, but he was also powerless. You really refuse to recognize kindness. I'll give you 1 month to think it over. After 1 month, if you still refuse to accept, don't blame me. The Lord Saint snorted coldly and turned around. The Lord Saint clenched a jade pendant. With a special hand seal, a channel appeared in the void. He stepped into that channel and then vanished. 1 month? The Lord Saint truly thinks lowly of me. I won't waste any time. The heaven executioner laughed. He suddenly scraped his blade across Long Chen's arm. Long Chen's entire body quivered. Although it was just a light graze of the blade, it made Long Chen feel like he would crumble. Haha, not bad, you don't even make a sound. Hee, I really like this part of you and your father, but I really want to know just what it would take to make someone like you scream. The heaven executioner smiled with a kind of perverted excitement. It was as if torturing people was a pleasure to him. The heaven executioner cut his blade across Long Chen 1, 2, 3, an uncountable number of times. Long Chen's body constantly spasmed, but he didn't say anything. His icy eyes stared back at the heaven executioner. Suddenly he spoke, his voice like a devil's curse. You should pray to the heavens that you don't land in my hands. Chapter 27, 35 Humiliation. Don't worry, such a day will never come. No one can protect their secrets in front of me. The Lord Saint gave me 1 month so we can play slowly. There's no need to rush, hee. The heaven executioner's blade suddenly lit up with runes, and he stabbed it into Long Chen's chest. As the sound of it scraping against bone rang out, Long Chen's body twitched violently. The pain made veins pop on his forehead, but he still didn't make a sound. When your spirit bone was taken, it seemed that I wasn't very clean. Let me help you tidy up. The heaven executioner smiled eerily and began to drag his blade down. The spirit bone was what connected the spirit and the blood chi, and its location could be said to be the most sensitive spot in the human body. For a blade to stab through, there was enough to make a person want to die. Does it hurt? If it hurts, you should scream. That might make you feel better. The heaven executioner's words were enticing. They definitely had a powerful effect on someone in unimaginable pain. However, Long Chen knew that once he screamed, his last mental defense would crumble. This was a mental battle. The pain washed over Long Chen's body like a tsunami. He clenched his teeth, not making a sound. Suddenly, his vision darkened as he fainted. Only then did the heaven executioner pull back his blade. His smile vanished, replaced with a solemn frown. Long Chen's will was truly terrifying. This one move of his had caused countless people before him to submit. Most people couldn't endure it. Even people with incredibly strong wills were only able to endure a few breaths' time. However, Long Chen had endured for an incense stick's worth of time before directly fainting. There was no opening in his will to exploit. In his entire life, the heaven executioner had only failed with this technique on 2 people. One was Long Chen, while the other was Long Chen's father. We can go slowly. We'll continue in 3 days. Heaven executioner snorted at the unconscious Long Chen and left. That was because he knew that Long Chen's unconscious state would last 3 days. During these 3 days, he couldn't possibly push Long Chen any further or he would really die. The Lord Saint had specifically given him a month's time to avoid pressing him, so he wouldn't make a mistake due to impatience. If Long Chen did die, there would be no way for them to dredge his secrets out of him. Once the heaven executioner left, this desolate world only had a giant net remaining. Long Chen was trapped at the center of this net. What to do? What can I do? How can I escape? Even while unconscious, Long Chen's mind didn't slumber. He was thinking of how he could escape his current predicament. He couldn't die. If he died, everyone in the Dragonblood Legion would unleash a suicidal charge to avenge him. If he died, everyone he cared about would perish as well, and the martial heaven continent would be destroyed. The 5 sovereigns had placed their trust in him. Although he hadn't promised them anything, he could feel that burden on his shoulders. Lei Linger has also been sealed and cannot help me. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at his palm sadly. In order to kill Long Yashin, Lei Linger had unleashed her full power. Long Chen had wanted to destroy his physical body and take his Yuan spirit hostage with that killing blow, but it had been ruined by the Lord Saint. With that one failure, everything fell apart. Due to using up all her energy, Lei Linger had hidden herself in the lightning rune in his palm. However, that rune had been sealed, which cut off his connection to her. The current Long Chen could truly be said to have used up all his trump cards. The only thing that gave him some comfort was that Evil Moon had escaped. It hadn't been captured, so it would definitely transmit this news to the martial heaven continent. If the High Priest learned of this, he would definitely do his best to save Long Chen. However, right now, Long Chen was worrying more about Zai Yan. This giant scheme's main target had not been him, but Zai Yan instead. It could be said that her plight was far worse than his. If the positions were switched, if Long Chen made a mistake that caused Zai Yan to be captured, he would go crazy. Furthermore, thinking of how she was being tormented by those old witches from the elusive music immortal palace, his killing intent surged. As expected, the 9-star Hegemon body art senses were the most accurate. Bad people were simply bad people. He should have killed them as soon as he saw them. Although I managed to trick that pervert, I need to come up with some way of escaping. What can I possibly do within 3 days? Pondered Long Chen. All his power was being sucked away by this net, as if countless leeches were sucking away his energy. Any trace of power he summoned would be sucked away. He didn't even have the spiritual strength to connect with the primal chaos space. Moreover, he had no way to use the power locked away in his 108,000 stars. Even if he could, it would be useless. The power of his stars would also be sucked away by these countless formations. Long Chen had never been in such a hopeless scenario before. All his paths were blocked shut. He was at his wit's end. Am I supposed to wait to be saved here? Long Chen shook his head. Even if the High Priest knew his predicament, the former wouldn't possibly attack the divine families. The martial heaven continent was in imminent peril. Anything could cause the battle to start in advance. Furthermore, he was captured in the ancient battlefield, so how could they know that he was in the divine families? Just as what the Lord Saint said, even knowing would be useless. They couldn't find him here. 3 days quickly passed and the heaven executioner returned, this time with more than 10 different torture tools. However, even his best efforts didn't cause Long Chen to make a sound. In the end, Long Chen fainted once more. This time, the heaven executioner's expression was much darker. Long Chen's will made him feel a bit of fear, shaking his confidence. If this continued, there would be no way for him to open Long Chen's mouth. Another 3 days passed. However, when the heaven executioner finished, his expression was twisted. He had failed once more. All his torture skills were useless. After another few days, he brought 2 additional people. One was Long Yashin, who only looked at Long Chen, but curiously he didn't do anything. After staring at Long Chen, he snickered, "Long Chen, hold on. I've advanced to the 10th heaven stage, do you see? I'm already at the Venerate realm and I'm going to break through to the Saint realm soon. You must be calm and patient during this time. Don't get too emotional or you might die. Endure until I become a sovereign. I want you to personally witness me killing every person you care about." After saying that, Long Yashin patted Long Chen's face, laughed and left. The other person then stepped forward. Looking at him, Long Chen was surprised. It was Yi Qian, the Divine Pill Division's heavenly genius, someone the Pill Dian viewed highly. He had now reached the 9th heaven stage of heaven merging. Yi Qian came up to Long Chen and sneered, "Long Chen, today I'll repay you for the humiliation you made me endure in the Divine Pill Plaza." Boom! Yi Qian suddenly punched Long Chen's chest, causing the latter to cough up a mouthful of blood and faint. "What are you doing?" raged the heaven executioner. He then checked on Long Chen. Fortunately, he hadn't died. Yi Qian clearly hadn't discussed this punch with him beforehand. "Sorry, I simply couldn't endure my hatred," apologized Yi Qian. "You immature fool, scram!" shouted the heaven executioner. If Yi Qian had killed Long Chen just now, all their efforts would have been wasted. Yi Qian apologized and left. When he was about to vanish, he stealthily glanced back at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Chapter 27, 36 Pill Spirit Flame. Once Yi Qian left, the heaven executioner was worried about Long Chen dying, so he gave Long Chen some medicine. Only then did he gloomily leave. It was unknown whether or not he was going to demand an explanation from the Pill Dian. Their agreement had been for Long Yashin and Yi Qian to humiliate Long Chen. That was because they might be able to cause Long Chen to speak out of anger or hatred, causing his mouth to slip. Long Yashin was in a critical moment, and allowing him to see Long Chen like this could allow him to break free of any mental burdens. As for Yi Qian, he was supposed to humiliate Long Chen, infuriating him and creating an opening in his mental state. However, Yi Qian hadn't done as agreed. He had almost killed Long Chen, and this act infuriated the Heaven Executioner. An hour after the Heaven Executioner left, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was surprised. "Why did Yi Qian come to help me?" Long Chen noticed that a new flame energy had appeared within his body. This was not a flame seed. Moreover, it was extremely weak that even the Heaven Executioner didn't notice it. This was a pill cultivator's specific pill spirit flame. Furthermore, this flame was extremely rarely seen. Only alchemists could sense its existence. With his punch, Yi Qian had sent the pill spirit flame into Long Chen's body. This was like sending charcoal in snow. At this moment, the pill spirit flame was slowly burning within Long Chen's body, gradually forming a clump of energy. This energy was actually not restricted by the formations trapping him. With it, I have somewhere to store up energy. It will no longer be sucked away. Long Chen was delighted by this. He finally had a chance of survival. Within the Divine Pill Division in a secret room, Yi Qian was standing before the Pill Dian who was sitting. Without opening his eyes, he said, "Is it done?" "Yes, I've done as you instructed. The void spirit flame has been sent into his body. The Heaven Executioner didn't notice, but Disciple still doesn't understand," said Yi Qian. The Pill Dian finally opened his eyes. "Speak. Why are we helping Long Chen? This is betraying the divine families. Although the Divine Pill Division exists outside the laws of the divine families, we are also not permitted to interfere in their matters. However, this time, the Divine Pill Division paid almost no attention to matters outside of refining pills. Now that they had interfered in this matter, Yi Qian was nervous. However, he had still carried out the Pill Dian's orders. This matter was incredibly dangerous. If the divine families learned of it, he and the Pill Dian would not have a good ending. Long Chen has graced you with kindness. Without him, you would have gone further and further down the wrong path. Someone who doesn't repay favors is a little person, so this matter has to be repaid. Otherwise, once your realm reaches a higher level, you will slowly find an unbreakable wall in your way. If Long Chen died like this when you had the ability to help him, and you didn't, would you be able to rest at peace? Would that not form a heart devil? Perhaps if you were such an indifferent person inside then it would be fine, but you are kind deep down. By opening this path for him, you have opened a door for yourself, said the Pill Dian. Yi Qian was startled. He did not feel anything good toward Long Chen, but deep inside, he was grateful to Long Chen. Without his defeat back then, there was no way he would be calmly cultivating right now. Long Chen had changed his attitude toward alchemy, allowing him to advance with leaps and bounds on the Pill Dao. He did have some hatred toward Long Chen, but also gratitude. If Long Chen died, the hatred would naturally vanish. However, just as the Pill Dian said, perhaps 10 or 100 years from now, he would recall this matter. Would he feel regret and guilt then? Disciple understands. Many thanks for your teachings. Yi Qian bowed, fully convinced. The Pill Dian's wisdom was something he was a far cry from reaching. Pill Dian nodded. Although you like to compete and get a bit jealous of others, your heart still holds kindness. That's the only reason why I would pass my life's teachings to you. Long Chen has ground down your sharpness, returning your sword to its sheath. Your sharpness is now reserved. Your future prospects are limitless. You owe Long Chen a huge debt, and that debt must be repaid. As for the laws of the divine families, those are meaningless for us. We are the Divine Pill Division. We only care about refining pills. Haha, Long Chen is also an alchemist, so this can't count as stepping out of line. Yi Qian smiled when the Pill Dian put it like that. He didn't expect the always impartial Pill Dian to have such an unreasonable side. That logic was far too forced. However, can a single flame seed really change his fate? Asked Yi Qian. That's not up to us. We've done what we can and should do. Whether he can escape with that is up to him. Like this, you can face Long Chen in the future, and I can face that old wine ghost as well, sighed the Pill Dian. The Pill Dian's expression suddenly changed. He said, prepare yourself. The Heaven Executioner has come and he's definitely going to complain. We cannot reveal any openings to him. This person is no good. On the Martial Heaven continent within the palace of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, Jianying, the Old Man, Mengqi, Chu Yao, Yi Zhikyu, and the others were all gathered. The atmosphere was incomparably tense. Let me go. I will drag Long Chen back, declared the old man, unable to conceal his anxiousness. This is clearly a trap. Now that Long Chen has been captured, one wrong move and the martial heaven continent will be doomed. Rather than saving Long Chen, we drag the lives of the continent down with us. Furthermore, where are you going to go to save him? Do you know where he is? Demanded Jianying angrily. The old man raged. Anything is better than just waiting here. I'll slaughter the divine families first. With the heaven-splitting divine tablet, I'll be able to fight even against the Lord Saint. Is there any meaning to this foolish bravery? You were like this in your youth and you still haven't grown up in your old age. We need to think of a way to fix this, not get angry and do something reckless. You're only compounding the problem. When are you going to mature? Cursed Jianying. What use does maturity have? Your heart only cares for your martial heaven continent, but my heart cares for my family's children. In my eyes, I've never managed to be a useful father figure. If I stay like this, that won't change for the rest of my life. Go find whoever you like. I'm going to go save my child, cursed the old man. He began to walk out. Jianying was shuddering with rage, and furious tears overflowed from her eyes. You bastard, how can you say such hurtful things? Li Tianxuan grabbed the old man, saying, calm yourself down. Every single one of us is as worried as you. However, just as the Alliance head said, being reckless will not resolve things. Furthermore, you don't need to worry. I will use my own head to guarantee that Long Chen won't die. Everyone was startled. Why was Li Tianxuan so sure? Just at that moment, another voice rang out. I will also use my head to guarantee that Long Chen will be fine. A white-robed, middle-aged man with a sword on his back walked into the palace. Seeing him, Meng Qi, Chu Yao Yizhikyu, and Tang Wan'er all cried out in disbelief. Sect Leader. Chapter 27, 37 Ling Yunzi arrives. His snow-white robes fluttered in the breeze along with his long facial hair, and he gave off a feeling of the immortal Tao. However, his gaze was sharp, so sharp that people didn't dare to look directly at him. Swordlight flowed within his eyes. After many years, Ling Yunzi's appearance had changed quite a bit. However, Tang Wan'er and the others still recognized him instantly. Junior Ling Yunzi greets seniors. Ling Yunzi cupped his fists toward everyone. Even the high priest and Taoist Heavenly Feather rose to greet him. Ling Yunzi's aura was ephemeral. They couldn't sense his true cultivation base. However, it was possible to sense the sharp will of the sword Tao. I've long since heard that a peerless genius has appeared within the Heavenly Sword Gate. As someone who cultivates the Annihilation Sword Tao, partially through his own cultivation and partially through the enlightenment of the heavens, he is a genius that has never appeared throughout all of history. Now that we meet, I see that the rumors are all true. The high priest looked at Ling Yunzi with admiration. It seemed that he could sense how terrifying the latter was. Ling Yunzi smiled humbly. Senior overpraises me. This junior merely had a lucky encounter. It was all thanks to Long Chen. I'm too ashamed to receive this praise. You're too courteous. Is Sect Master Heaven Spirit Sword Master well? If I recall correctly, he is my senior. Unfortunately, I've never had a chance to pay my respects to him, said the high priest. This startled Meng Qi and the others. Even Taoist Heavenly Feather with her startling seniority called the high priest senior. Yet the high priest called Sect Master Heaven Spirit Sword Master as senior. Just what era was this person from? Master left this mortal world 3 months ago. It's a pity that he was never fated to meet with you, sighed Ling Yunzi. What a shame. If senior was present, doesn't that mean that you are this generation's sword master? The high priest's eyes suddenly widened. Ling Yunzi nodded. Junior is ashamed to say that with my pitiful talent, but I don't dare to betray my master's expectations. I could only thicken my skin and accept this heavy burden. The high priest and Taoist Heavenly Feather were pleasantly surprised. Ling Yunzi had become this generation's Heavenly Spirit Sword Master, so they had gained another powerful helper. Stop talking around the point. You said that Long Chen won't die. Is that true? Interrupted the old man. Ling Yunzi nodded. Senior, rest at ease. As long as I am still alive, he won't die. What does that mean? Asked the old man. Ling Yunzi smiled. Forgive this junior for not being able to answer, but I believe that the Xuanhuan master understands. Li Tianxuan was startled. So you? Ling Yunzi nodded. So it wasn't just me. There's another. If we are still living well, Long Chen can't possibly die because this is fate. What nonsense are you two mumbling about? Demanded the old man. Let me put it simply. Long Chen won't die. What we should do is focus on advancing as fast as possible because the battle is quickly approaching. Don't mention the fact that Long Chen was captured. Even if the other side leaks this news, we can use Long Chen's clone to fake it, said Ling Yunzi. Sect Master, how did you know that Long Chen was captured? Do you have eyes in the divine families? Asked Tang Wan'er. After Evil Moon had given them this news, they had not mentioned it to anyone outside of this room. No, the heavenly sword gate is separated from the rest of the world. I have no connection with the divine families. As for how, you will know in the future. I came over specifically for this matter. Do not try to save him. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Other than that, I want to see my apprentice and tell him a few things. Forgive my rudeness. I'll be leaving first, said Ling Yunzi. He bowed to the high priest and the others before taking his leave. Ling Yunzi's arrival gave them a boost in confidence. If both Li Tangxuan and Ling Yunzi were so sure, perhaps there really was no need to worry. Meng Qi and the others also grew a little calmer. In order to not cause panic, Ling Er controlled Long Chen's clone, making a few appearances throughout the martial heaven continent to prevent rumors from spreading. After that, they began refining pills and cultivating once more. Although they were worried about Long Chen, they had no choice but to focus on this. Since Long Chen's clone was still present, he had to still be alive. If he died, the wisp of soul essence he had used to create the clone would vanish, causing the clone to crumble. In order to not worry others, they locked down this information. Right now, all they could do was trust in Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others refined pills almost crazily. They had Zia Chen set up his strongest formations to absorb the power of these medicinal pills and assist everyone in the Dragon Blood Legion in cultivation. Meng Qi knew that after capturing Long Chen, the divine families would do everything in their power to crash down upon the martial heaven continent as fast as possible. Right now, the only thing they could do to prevent such a thing was to advance as quickly as possible. Due to refining at such a crazy speed, they ended up with a large stock. Even the old man, Jianying, and a few other trusted seniors were given some pills to power themselves. This was along with some of the more talented disciples of the martial heaven continent. No one cared what side effects these medicinal pills had. They did everything they could to survive. All Meng Qi and the others could do was refine these pills. As for the rest, they could only wait and see. Long Chen, do you still refuse to say anything? Let me tell you, Long Yashan already successfully advanced to the Emperor realm yesterday. Did you hear? He's already an emperor. The Heaven Executioner taunted Long Chen angrily. It had been 20 days, but he had yet to pry open Long Chen's mouth. Moreover, he had used up every form of torture he had in his arsenal. For the first time, the torture skill he had complete confidence in had run into a steel board. None of his techniques could make Long Chen submit or rattle his will. Long Chen had countless wounds on his body, but no blood flowed out. That was because almost all his blood had bled out. His face was as pale as paper. Long Chen looked at the angry Heaven Executioner mockingly. So what? Does it have anything to do with me? Idiot, do you not know? They will all become sovereigns soon. At that time, everyone you care about will be killed. Do you want to personally witness it? Sneered the Heaven Executioner. You're the idiot. You've used 100 tricks and you thought that this would be what rattled me. How naive, laughed Long Chen. The Heaven Executioner furiously struck Long Chen's stomach, causing him to faint. Fuck, he pisses me off. The Heaven Executioner furiously left as there was no way for him to create an opening in Long Chen's mind. Even threatening his family didn't work. As his soul was still unshakable, there was no way to read his soul. Long Chen slowly woke up with a sneer on his face. The flame energy has been gathering for so many days. It should be enough to open the primal chaos bead. Success or failure will be decided by this one move. Chapter 27, 38. The Eastern Wasteland Bell appears. Long Chen closed his eyes. Above his dantian, a cluster of flames in the form of a human slowly formed hand seals. Buzz. As a result, Long Chen's dantian quivered and a ball of light opened. Using the power of the spirit flame, Long Chen finally managed to restore his connection to the primal chaos bead. With the primal chaos space open, he sighed with relief. With the primal chaos bead, he would be able to shatter the power of the formations binding him. However, he didn't immediately do that. What would be the point? He would still be trapped here. Once the formations were broken, the divine families would definitely sense it. At that time, an army of experts would arrive, and he would still be unable to escape. After opening the primal chaos space, surprisingly, the first thing to react was the bronze fragment. That was a fragment of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It began to glow. With a thought, Long Chen summoned the bronze fragment, which began to rapidly flicker. At this moment, space fluctuated according to a certain rhythm as if transmitting something. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared before Long Chen. Upon seeing it, Long Chen cried out in shock. That figure was the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It was no longer as broken down as it was when he had first met it. Although it was just an illusory image before him, its aura was grand and sacred. Eastern Wasteland Bell, what are you doing here? Hee, it really is fate. You came. The Eastern Wasteland Bell laughed with a trace of relief. Senior, save me, said Long Chen excitedly. I'm the one who needs saving. What? Ice water washed over Long Chen. He angrily said, look at what state I'm in. How am I supposed to save you? Long Chen had been tortured to the point where he no longer looked human. Without the slightest energy, he couldn't even save himself, let alone someone else. Don't panic. First listen to my explanation. These bastards concealed my body within 8 hidden worlds. I've been searching for those fragments one by one during these years, but I'm still missing 2 fragments. One is the piece you have in your hand, while the other is sealed at the bottom of this world. There is an eternal azure vine, an immemorial life form absorbing its power there, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. As it spoke, Long Chen's bronze fragment slowly merged into its illusory image and faded into it. The image of the Eastern Wasteland Bell grew more complete. Its aura also grew explosively. Even you, the leader of the 5 supreme divine items, are unable to deal with it, asked Long Chen in disbelief. Killing it would be simple, but there are 2 thorny problems. If I kill it, the energy of mine that it has been absorbing throughout all these years will be lost. Even if I obtain that fragment, I won't be able to regain all that power. The other problem is that it is protected by formations. If it is killed, it will immediately be sensed. That's why I'm currently pondering how to eliminate it. But now you're here. It really is perfect, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. What can I possibly do against it? Bring out your black soil. I'll make it wither and slowly spit out all my energy. It won't alarm anyone this way. Is that eternal azure vine an idiot? It won't resist. It won't alert anyone, asked Long Chen. No, it does not possess such a spirit. In any case, this method will definitely work. Bring out your black soil, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. At the next moment, the black soil began to fly out, forming a current that flowed into the image of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It emitted a ray of light to absorb all the black soil. That's enough. After an incense stick's worth of time, the Eastern Wasteland Bell cried out excitedly. It sent a rune into Long Chen's body. I still can't save you in this state. If you encounter danger, shatter that rune and I will try to help. However, it would be best if you can stall for some time. If I cannot recover all my power, I won't be able to defeat the heaven-devastating bracelet, instructed the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen nodded. That fragment and the energy that had been absorbed from the eternal azure vine were critically important to the Eastern Wasteland Bell, and thus also to the Martial Heaven continent's survival. As a result, Long Chen definitely couldn't shatter that rune too early, or it would ruin all the efforts of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. After that, the image of the Eastern Wasteland Bell vanished. Long Chen didn't know in which corner of this world its true body was hiding, but it seemed that the Eastern Wasteland Bell had to have entered just recently, or it would have gone to find him for his black soil long ago. Relying on myself is better than relying on others. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Seeing the Eastern Wasteland Bell had made him think that he was saved, but he hadn't expected that it also had its own troubles. Originally, Long Chen was planning on drawing all the formations binding him into the primal chaos space. He couldn't control it fully, but once foreign power attacked it, it would automatically strike back. He was confident that its power could shatter these formations. However, that would definitely send an alarm through the divine families. If he couldn't escape, it was meaningless. Long Chen decided to wait until the Heaven Executioner returned. Long Chen could capture him when he least expected it and force him to open the spatial gate. The arrival of the Eastern Wasteland Bell forced him to be passive. He had to wait for it to finish. Time passed day by day. The Heaven Executioner always returned every few days to torture him. During this period, Long Chen almost killed him several times, but he still endured. The Heaven Executioner didn't sense the change in Long Chen, but he was growing more and more explosive. Long Chen's unshakable will made him despair. On this day, the Heaven Executioner returned once more. However, he didn't immediately start with his tortures this time. It's the 29th day today. The deadline is tomorrow, and it is your final chance. I'm going to tell you some news that you won't like. Long Yashin has become a sovereign along with the heavenly geniuses of the other worlds. As tomorrow is the day of the assault on the martial heaven continent, its destruction is already set in stone. Everyone related to you will die. Those people that you're close to, especially your women, will definitely find death to be a luxury. The Lord Saint has said that as long as you tell us your secrets, he can spare your women. You don't need to answer me right away. I'll give you 1 day to consider it. If you still don't give me any satisfactory answers when I return tomorrow, I'll execute the death torture on you. The heaven executioner left after saying that. Long Chen's expression was gloomy. Was their cultivation speed really so fast? Eastern Wasteland Bell, how much longer? Asked Long Chen. This was no good. They had no more time. Almost, trust me, we'll make it, answered the Eastern Wasteland Bell. The next day arrived far too quickly. At this moment, the heaven executioner glared at Long Chen. The battle has started. There is no longer use for you. Chapter 27, 39 Profiting from Disaster. Are you going to speak? Roared the heaven executioner. His patience was gone. Long Chen had too many secrets on him. Hence, even now, the divine families refused to give up. However, the only one capable of making Long Chen open his mouth was the heaven executioner, and even he had failed. If he had failed, then there was no point in others even trying. As a result, the divine families had given the heaven executioner the order to try one final push, and if it still failed, all they could do was kill Long Chen. Although Long Chen was caught and trapped here, just the idea of him living made them uneasy. Back then you crippled my Danshan, but I still managed to grow to this level. Do you feel like there's any chance that I'll submit to you? Sneered Long Chen. Then I'll just cripple you once more. The heaven executioner furiously unleashed a palm on Long Chen's Danshan. Primal chaos bead, someone's attacking you. You better kill him, Long Chen prayed inside. He had successfully baited the heaven executioner into attacking his Danshan. Boom! Long Chen's Danshan rumbled. The primal chaos bead didn't react, but his 108,000 stars appeared. Not good, Long Chen's expression changed. You have this many astral spaces. The heaven executioner was surprised. A star diagram had appeared within Long Chen's Danshan and manifested before him. Eastern Wasteland Bell, what are you doing? I can't stall any longer, roared Long Chen inside. Close, just the final step remains, responded the Eastern Wasteland Bell, also at a critical juncture. Unfortunately, both of them were at critical junctures. If the Eastern Wasteland Bell came over now, everything would be for naught. Long Chen had the most difficult choice in front of him. He glared at the heaven executioner, and the heaven executioner smiled sinisterly. No wonder you have so much power. So your cultivation path is different from everyone else's. A total of 108,000 astral spaces. It really is hard to imagine. Just how strong is your world energy? Fortunately, you didn't get to continue growing. With this kind of foundation, even just reaching the Emperor realm might be enough for you to be completely unrivaled. How unfortunate for you that this is your fate. You were fated to die to my hands. Whether it was when you were first born or today, you never managed to escape my grasp. You have so many stars. Crushing them one by one sounds like a fun idea. I'll try it. The heaven executioner finally saw some hope of success, so he smiled excitedly. Long Chen's furious gaze only stimulated him. Long Chen clenched his fists. Strike back or endure. If the Eastern Wasteland Bell couldn't fully recover, it wouldn't be able to handle the heaven-devastating bracelet. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had told him that the heaven-devastating bracelet was their most terrifying enemy. If they couldn't deal with it, the martial heaven continent would be destroyed no matter what. However, if he endured, his stars would be destroyed. That would affect the power of the 9-star Hegemon body art, and he might even be crippled. Long Chen was caught in a painful dilemma. Boom! Just as Long Chen was hesitating, the heaven executioner formed a hand seal. A hand appeared within the star map in Long Chen's body, grabbing one of the stars and crushing it. The star exploded, causing Long Chen to let out a furious roar. This was a humiliation, and a wave of anger that he could not suppress exploded out of him. His killing intent condensed into a solid form. Hee good, now it's interesting. You refused to make a sound before. A wooden log isn't interesting. Scream some more. The heaven executioner grew more excited seeing this reaction. However, just as he was pleased by this, a majestic energy surged out of Long Chen's Danshan. In that instant, space and time seemed to freeze. The heaven executioner was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Most terrifying of all, the power of heaven and earth had vanished along with the laws of the heavenly Taos. He couldn't sense any heavenly Tao energy. What? The heaven executioner was terrified. He didn't know what had happened. The power of the outside world had vanished, and even his own world energy was sealed. He had fallen from a peak expert to an ant in an instant. Mist surged out of Long Chen's dantian, and the formations binding Long Chen's body turned to dust. But no alarm rang out. Even the destroyed formation runes were unable to spread. It was as if the world was frozen. The only thing moving was a cyclone around Long Chen's dantian. So that's the case. It seems that I need to thank you for helping me inadvertently open the gate to the 9-star Hegemon body art. Long Chen smiled oddly at the terrified heaven executioner. One of his 108,000 stars had been broken. Due to that, it created space for the rest of his 108,000 stars to start moving. Before this, his star map was like a game board covered in pieces. Since the board was full, there was nowhere for any of the pieces to move. However, once one piece was removed, it created space for the rest of the pieces to move. Minutes ago, his star map was dead. Now it was alive. His 108,000 stars began to move on their own, and as they did, endless power filled Long Chen's body. Only when something is imperfect is there room to grow. Something that is perfect is dead. Because the moon wanes, it also waxes. Only by being imperfect is it possible to manifest the changes of the Tao. Long Chen instantly comprehended this. The enlightenment that the sovereigns had tried to pass down to him through their experiences and techniques became clear. Long Chen reached out and tore off the heaven executioner's arm. In his hand was a violet jade pendant. Seeing that jade pendant, Long Chen's expression changed. The heaven executioner sneered, "Hee. Although I couldn't ring the alarm, the spiritual imprint inside of my soul-calming jade has been erased. In other words, you are trapped in this world. It will take years for you to find the spatial node of this world. By that time, the martial heaven continent will have long since been destroyed. Furthermore, when they see that the channel to this world has been shut, they'll know what happened. They'll destroy this entire world along with you just to ensure that you have no chance of survival. Ha ha ha, you can't escape." Long Chen punched the heaven executioner's dantian. As a result, the heaven executioner coughed up a mouthful of blood, and cracks spread throughout his body. He almost exploded from this one punch from Long Chen. "Oh, sorry, I was just trying to cripple your dantian, but I used a bit too much power. Fortunately, you didn't die. That would be letting you off far too easily. I've memorized all your techniques. Let's switch positions and just see how tough your bones are." After crippling the heaven executioner, a rune on Long Chen's palm lit up. The blue-haired Lei Linger appeared. "Lei Linger, you should know what to do." "Big brother, don't worry. I won't let him die. I'll make sure he lives a life worse than death. I'll return double the pain he made you suffer." Lei Linger took out a small lightning blade and stabbed it into the heaven executioner's chest. The method, angle, and positioning were all the same as the heaven executioner's technique. "Ah!" The heaven executioner let out a miserable scream, his body quivering in pain. At this moment, Long Chen smiled. That scream was like music to his ears. "Lei Linger, bring him with you. Let's go find the Eastern Wasteland Bell." Just as Long Chen said this, the void shuddered. The Eastern Wasteland Bell appeared before him. Chapter 27, 40 Core of the Star Field. "I'm here." The Eastern Wasteland Bell's true body appeared in front of Long Chen. Although it only looked to be 3 meters tall, its dull color had changed. It had gone from drab bronze to dark gold. Countless carvings were on top of it. There were flowers and birds, fish and bugs, mountains and seas. Divine light flowed within it. It was as if its body was its own world. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had gathered all the fragments of its body and all its power. With its complete body, it contained boundless divine might. How amazing! Long Chen couldn't help being emotionally moved when he sensed the boundless power of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. As expected of the leader of the 5 supreme divine items, its aura was stunning. "It's thanks to you, I've finally recovered. We'll be able to fight against the heaven-devastating bracelet again," said the Eastern Wasteland Bell with burning battle intent. "Back then, if it wasn't for the betrayal of the master of the Southern Sea Zither, we wouldn't have lost so miserably. This time, we will end everything with the divine families and the other worlds." "Senior, can you tell me what is going on for the divine families and the other worlds to attack the martial heaven continent? What do they hope to gain?" asked Long Chen. Lei Linger, continue, but have him shut up. Long Chen suddenly turned to Lei Linger because the heaven executioner's pig-like screams were quite loud. Long Chen hadn't expected the heaven executioner, the master of all kinds of tortures, to be so weak against his own tortures. He fainted many times but was forcibly woken by Lei Linger. The Heaven Executioner's various techniques were all replicated by Lei Linger. She returned all the tortures that he had used on Long Chen. Although Long Chen was extremely refreshed by the Heaven Executioner's screams, he was getting fed up. As a result, Lei Linger made it so that the Heaven Executioner didn't even have the right to scream. A net of lightning formed in the air, binding him. The Heaven Executioner's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his body was constantly twitching violently, but he couldn't make a sound. Long Chen sat down. Having just escaped his bindings, he still had many wounds. There was no way he could fight in this state. He focused on recovering, while the Eastern Wasteland Bell explained some of the history of the Martial Heaven continent. The battle is about to start, so most karmic taboos are no longer relevant. I will tell you this. Their goal has always been to obtain the core of the star field. This refers to the heart of the star field, the origin from which a world is born and grows, the existence that allows all the life forms between heaven and earth to evolve. It is the heart of the Martial Heaven continent. The Heaven Devastating Bracelet is the only thing capable of sucking away this core. Thus, in order to protect the Martial Heaven continent, the top priority is being able to fight off the Heaven Devastating Bracelet. Doesn't the Heaven Devastating Bracelet belong to the Sea Demon race? I've pretty much exterminated the Sea Demon race. Can someone else control the Heaven Devastating Bracelet? Asked Long Chen. No, you're wrong. The Heaven Devastating Bracelet has no master and it will not follow anyone. It is an immortal item from a higher plane. It has only one mission, and that is to destroy the Martial Heaven continent. The power it requires is the blood chi, spiritual energy and resentment produced from slaughter. When the battle starts, whether it is the invaders dying to our defense or the invaders slaughtering us, the Heaven Devastating Bracelet will still get stronger. Once it has enough power, it will activate the formation to take away the core of the star field. That is the moment that this world will be destroyed. What is this core? What is the point? Furthermore, with so many different forces fighting for it, how are they supposed to split it? They seem to be working together without any backstabbing. Even the experts of the other world seemed aware that the divine families were traitors of the continent. That must mean that they have some existence backing them. Furthermore, the one thing that I truly can't understand is why did the sovereigns not say anything? I refuse to believe that they didn't realize this, said Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Bell sighed. This is a trap, a giant, heaven-encompassing trap. You can consider the core of the starfield as a treasure that can give birth to a new starfield world. However, once it has been taken, it will no longer be the old world. To us in the mortal world, this core doesn't have any meaning, but it is useful to those who have ascended, or perhaps I should say it is useful to gods. They can create a world of life forms that are their believers, who will give them an unending stream of faith energy. Perhaps you will understand once you ascend. As for your point about there being a backer behind them, you are correct, but no one knows who or what it is. That relates to the higher plane. It might even have to do with competing gods. The reason that the 5 sovereigns didn't reveal this to the world is because this is all a trap. The board was set in motion, encompassing the invading world, as well as the Martial Heaven continent. You think that you just happened to be caught and trapped here, and just happened to encounter me. No, there are not that many coincidences in this world. The day that you set foot into the cultivation world, your fate deviated from its original path. The Martial Heaven continent arranged for you to reach this point. If we consider this battle of fates as a game board, then you are the Martial Heaven continent's destined gamebreaker. The Martial Heaven continent has bound its fate to you. You are its only hope. As for why the Martial Heaven continent would choose you, you are the only one who knows. Aren't you the head of the 5 supreme divine items of the Martial Heaven continent? You came into existence at the same time as the continent. I always thought that you could represent the Martial Heaven continent, said Long Chen with surprise. The 5 supreme divine items are the companion divine items of the Martial Heaven continent. Let me put it to you this way. When the Martial Heaven continent was born, we were also born by the Creator. The Creator, Long Chen's heart leaped. The Eastern Wasteland Bell didn't reply to this question. You can view the Martial Heaven continent as a monarch while we are its protectors. Protecting the Martial Heaven continent is our duty. If we die, then the Martial Heaven continent will continue to live, but if the Martial Heaven continent is destroyed, we will also be destroyed. Everyone has been drawn into the board. No one can stay out. Long Chen, if you want to save the people beside you, then it will depend on the survival of the Martial Heaven continent. Long Chen nodded. He didn't feel resentment toward the Martial Heaven continent. Instead, he felt great admiration toward all 5 sovereigns. Even if he was a game piece, he was willing to carry out his role. Even if he died in the process, he would not blame the continent. As he listened to the eastern wasteland bell divulge the secrets of the martial heaven continent, he rapidly healed. Although his injuries were so severe that he could almost be considered half-crippled, his new star map that had come to life was unleashing endless energy, rapidly restoring his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. As for the primal chaos space's life energy, it rapidly flowed throughout his body, restoring his flesh and blood. An hour later, he had recovered about 90%. He finally stood. The violently twitching, frothing at the mouth heaven executioner lay on the ground. At this moment, Long Chen pointed a single finger. Blood splashed and a hole appeared in the heaven executioner's head. His body instantly became limp. Chapter 27, 41 Pill Flame Refines the Soul. After piercing the heaven executioner's head with his finger, Long Chen pulled back his hand, dragging a fist-sized yuan spirit out. At the same time, flames soared within his hand, enveloping the heaven executioner's yuan spirit. The heaven executioner's yuan spirit screamed miserably. This was the most painful torture, but since the heaven executioner wasn't an alchemist, he could never use this move. Although the power of this pill flame was far inferior to Hugh Linger's power, it was enough when it came to tormenting people. The heaven executioner's Danshan had been crippled, and his physical body had been tortured by Lei Linger to its limit. If Long Chen wanted him to feel pain, Long Chen would have to let the heaven executioner rest and recover before further torture. However, he didn't want to do that. There are 10 levels to using pill flame to refine a soul. It is said that the highest level is so painful that it cannot be described with words. As the most skilled torturer of the divine families, I'll trouble you to help me experience it. Hopefully, you will be able to describe it. Long Chen smiled with his teeth, which gave off a cold glint, making him seem like a demon. No, kill me. The pain of having the soul refined was unimaginable. The only reason that Long Chen had managed to endure the heaven executioner's various tortures was because he had experienced the pain of having his soul ripped apart. Back then, Meng Qi's soul seed had been ruined by the Wind Soul Pavilion's people, crippling her. Long Chen had then forcibly torn off a part of his soul and condensed it into a soul seed for her. After experiencing the pain of his soul being ripped, the pain of his physical body was no longer so terrifying. On the other hand, while the heaven executioner was a vicious person, he was only vicious to others. He had never had to test his viciousness on himself. Long Chen ignored the heaven executioner's plea, and his flame soared, condensing into 2 lotuses. They began to grind against each other, one on top and one on the bottom. As the heaven executioner's yuan spirit was being twisted and ground, his screams instantly rose to a new intensity. When the flame grew stronger, his yuan spirit actually ignited and quickly showed signs of withering. As a result, Long Chen pulled back his flames. His spiritual strength then poured into the withered yuan spirit, causing it to recover. Not bad, you lasted an incense stick's worth of time. We can progress to the 3rd level, said Long Chen. No, kill me, I beg you, kill me. Treat it as mercy, I beg you. The heaven executioner cried out tearfully. He had reached his breaking point. He had spent a lifetime torturing others but never had to endure any tortures himself. Hence, his endurance was even worse than an ordinary person's. If Long Chen wasn't controlling his power, he would have died. Long Chen sneered. You've done so much evil. Why should I have mercy on you? Did you have mercy on me when you tortured me? Did you have mercy when you stole my spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood? However, I'll give you one chance. Answer my questions properly and I'll give you a quick death. If you hide anything from me, I guarantee that you'll regret it. Ask, cried out the heaven executioner. He didn't even think about living and just wanted to end things. Death was his release. Has the battle truly started? Yes, it's already, The flames once more soared, and the heaven executioner screamed. You really are an idiot. Although your realm is higher than mine, my spiritual strength is 1,000 times stronger than yours. Do you really think you can lie in front of me? Said Long Chen angrily. His soul was completely locked onto the heaven executioner's soul. Any lies would be instantly sensed. I'll tell you the truth, the battle hasn't started. We're still preparing. Stop, shouted the heaven executioner. Long Chen snorted and retracted his flames. After that, he sent some spiritual strength into the heaven executioner's yuan spirit to avoid him accidentally dying. When the heaven executioner had first told him that the battle had started, he had been worried, but then he suddenly felt that it didn't make sense. If the battle had really started, the divine families definitely wouldn't kill him like this. They would at least drag him in front of the martial heaven continent and kill him in front of everyone to shatter their confidence. That would be far more beneficial to their assault. They wouldn't waste his life. Long Chen's judgment was that the heaven executioner had said this to him on purpose, and now he personally admitted to it. Now Long Chen was much more at ease. If the battle hadn't started, then there was still time. What realm has Long Yashan's cultivation base reached? Demanded Long Chen. The heaven executioner had also said that when Long Yashan and the others became sovereigns, they would immediately attack. If the battle hadn't started, then they had yet to advance to that realm. He has reached the 11th heaven stage and is attempting to break through to the 12th heaven stage, the Emperor realm, answered the heaven executioner. So he's reached the Saint realm. He really is fast. Long Chen's heart shook. He suddenly asked, how is Long Yashan's cultivation advancing so quickly? Because the divine families have sacrificed all life forms in several of the minor worlds that they rule, said the heaven executioner. The divine families had several minor worlds under their control, and those minor worlds were filled with countless life forms. They were the sacrifices that the divine families had prepared for Long Yashan. It wasn't just Long Yashan. The nine-headed lion, the blood fiend devil lord, the all-devil heavenwalker, and Yi Ming were doing the same. Yi Ming in particular had gone above and beyond. He had even tricked the corrupt god, betraying the latter and offering all the corrupt path's believers as sacrifices. Adding to the offerings that the undying race had prepared for him, his cultivation speed was the fastest. They are all walking heretical paths. This isn't the true path of a sovereign. That's why their past sovereigns were never on the same level as the martial heaven continent sovereigns. The true sovereigns obtained the approval of the world, and the world willingly gave all its power to them. It wasn't forcibly snatched, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen nodded. These people definitely couldn't compare to sovereign Yun Shang and the others even once they became sovereigns. However, while this method of theirs was truly evil, sacrificing these countless lives did allow their cultivation speeds to soar to a frightening rate. Now Long Chen understood why Sovereign Yun Shang had sneered disdainfully back then when Long Chen had asked him about gods. What kind of dogshit gods were these? Whatever gods were backing them were clearly wicked demons. Faith, protection, bullshit. It was simply both sides using each other for whatever gains they could obtain. Tell me what happened back then. Why did you harm my family? Asked Long Chen, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Chapter 27:42 The Secret from Back Then. Under Long Chen's forceful torture, the heaven executioner finally spat out the secret of what had happened back then. This story was something that only a few people knew of within the divine families. Back then, the Long family of the divine families had produced a shocking genius. He reached Nether Passage at 18 and Heaven merging at 20. After 3 more years, he gave up on focusing on his rapid cultivation, instead roaming the surrounding worlds around the martial heaven continent and comprehending the heavenly Taos. He then created 9 completely unprecedented magical arts and divine abilities. Within the entire continent, the only one who could compare to him was the sovereigns, and he was said to be the closest existence to the sovereigns. All the other heavenly geniuses of that time lost their luster when compared to him. At that time, the martial heaven continent was in a special period. Some young geniuses from a higher world came to the continent in order to gain experience, and one of them was a woman named Luo Ningxuan. During this tempering experience on the continent, she was attracted to Long Jianshan, and the two of them ended up quickly falling in love. Other than them, there was another woman from that group who stayed behind. This person was Long Yashan's mother. These disciples were supposed to return to their higher world after their tempering experience, but Luo Ningxuan chose to stay, refusing to leave. It was said that this matter caused quite a few waves, but since the others who had come with her were unable to force her, and there was no way for stronger experts to descend to this world, she remained behind. It seemed that other things had occurred afterward, but the heaven executioner was unaware of those things. The end result was that Luo Ningxuan stayed behind. 2 years later, Long Yashan's mother gave birth to Long Yashan. He had such astonishing innate talent that it shook the divine families. However, a year after that, Long Chen was born. This time, the divine families were simply stunned. A mutated spirit root, a divine spirit bone, and supreme spirit blood. That was an immortal sprout. According to their information, such a talent was something that might not appear once in 10,000 years even in the higher planes. It was at this time that Long Yashin's mother came up with the plot to steal Long Chen's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone for Long Yashin. As for the Heaven Executioner, he had experience in doing such immensely cruel things, so it was he who Long Yashin's mother went to. At that time, Long Yashin had reached a full year in age, which according to the Heaven Executioner was the optimal time for this transplant. However, he didn't dare to do such a thing. It was Long Yashin's mother who stole Long Chen without anyone being aware and forced him to do it, saying that she would kill him if he didn't. She even said that no matter what happened, she would bear the responsibility for it. As a result, Long Chen met a cruel fate. Long Yashin's mother then directly reported her actions to the higher-ups of the divine families after it was done, infuriating them. However, when she revealed her status, they didn't dare to say anything. At that time, the Heaven Executioner was not yet qualified to participate in a meeting of that level. However, later he learned that she possessed a particularly terrifying background, and that was why she was so fearless. Furthermore, things were already done. They had taken Long Chen's innate talent and transplanted it into Long Yashin. What else could the divine families do? Furthermore, she said that Long Chen was already dead. The divine families were infuriated, but what had been done could not be undone. It wasn't as if they could simply kill Long Yashin as revenge for Long Chen. They also couldn't allow Long Jianshan to kill Long Yashin's mother considering her status. Helplessly, the divine families could only advise Long Jianshan and Luo Ningxuang to calm down and slowly come up with a countermeasure. However, with their son taken, how could they possibly listen? Long Jianshan and Luo Ningxuang went on a slaughter, killing countless experts of the divine families. In Long Jianshan's fury, rivers of blood flowed in his wake. With a cultivation base at the 9th heaven stage of heaven merging, he killed the saints of the divine families. As a result, the power that the divine families had been accumulating for countless years was wiped out, with less than a tenth surviving. In the end, though, Long Jianshan and Luo Ningxuang were suppressed. What the divine families hadn't expected was that, when Luo Ningxuang saw Long Yashin's mother, she suddenly recognized the latter. The two of them were actually mortal enemies. Luo Ningxuang's status was then revealed, and the divine families were horrified. Luo Ningxuang was the daughter of an immortal king of the higher world. She had only run away due to a falling out with her family. With Luo Ningxuang's status also revealed, the remaining higher-ups of the divine families were completely enraged. Long Yashin's mother was incredibly sinister, using the divine families to land a blow on Luo Ningxuang. Now, the divine families panicked. Long Yashin's mother's status was too great for them to provoke. But behind Luo Ningxuang was an immortal king, also an existence that they couldn't offend. After a long discussion, the divine families chose to send Luo Ningxuang and Long Jianshan to the higher plane, allowing the people there to handle both of them. They didn't dare to make any judgment on this matter themselves. As a result, the final two quotas that the martial heaven continent had to send people to the higher plane were used on Long Jianshan and Luo Ningxuang. Due to this, Long Yashin's mother was forced to stay behind. It was at this moment that the martial heaven continent lost connection to the higher world. The channel was severed, and as a result, no one knew the current state of Long Jianshan and Luo Ningxuang. On the other hand, Long Yashin and his mother had an easy life afterward. Due to how gravely wounded the divine families were, they were forced to rely on Long Yashin as a supreme genius. The higher-ups were always infuriated whenever they thought of this. If it weren't for this matter, there would be no need for the divine families to go through this play. They might even be able to take all the spoils of this battle for themselves. This was why this matter was considered taboo in the divine families. The only ones who knew were the true higher-ups. Those who knew some of that information and didn't have high enough status were forcibly captured and had their memories of it sealed. As the greatest humiliation the divine families had ever suffered, this taboo topic was something few people knew of, and ordinary people didn't dare to mention it. Hearing all this, Long Chen sighed with relief. His palms were covered in sweat. The situation he had been most afraid of was that his father and mother were already dead. His father was a genius who slew saints at the 9th heaven stage of heaven merging. Considering that this matter couldn't be blamed on his father, the odds that the divine families would execute him were very low. At the very least, they wouldn't kill such a powerful genius. As for his mother, with such a background, they wouldn't dare to kill her. However, although Long Chen knew that their lives had been spared, he was still anxious. They didn't even know if their son was still alive, so they were probably racked with worry about him every day. He didn't know what state they were in after all that worry. Long Chen asked a few more questions about the divine families, including matters about the Starfield's core. However, the Heaven Executioner didn't know too much about this topic. All he knew was that the divine families were simply working together with the other powers. The person with the greatest power would be the one to get the core in the end. There was no fair splitting later on. "Tell me, how do you use your Jade pendant?" asked Long Chen suddenly. "Why would you ask that? Ah." The Heaven Executioner screamed once more and quickly told Long Chen how to use the Jade pendant. "All right, you can kill me," said the Heaven Executioner. "So you actually dared to scheme against me. You really are asking for it. I was planning on letting you die quickly, but you really want to test me," sneered Long Chen. "If I kill you, your spiritual Jade tablet will shatter. Then the divine families will know what happened here. Do you think I'm an idiot like you?" Long Chen reached out and tossed the Heaven Executioner's Yuan spirit toward Lei Linger. She then devoured the Yuan spirit, sealing him within her body. "Let's go. I can bring you out," said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It had managed to find this place through the crack between three minor worlds. "No, I'm going to start my slaughter from here. This is the only place that leads to the ancestral land of the divine families," said Long Chen with frosty killing intent. Chapter 27, 43, Slaughtering his way into the divine families. Is there a meaning to that? Although I've recovered, my power is to be saved for the heaven-devastating bracelet. This relates to the safety of the entire Martial Heaven continent. You can't mess around, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. While it understood Long Chen's desire for vengeance, compared to revenge, the safety of the Martial Heaven continent was more important. It was capable of stealthily bringing out Long Chen without the divine family sensing it, and Long Chen would have some time to recover. Simply starting a slaughter was meaningless in comparison. "No, I won't need your power. This blood debt will be personally avenged by me," said Long Chen. A jade pendant appeared in Long Chen's hand. This was the 9-line soul calming jade that his parents had left for him. It was his only keepsake from them. Throughout all these years, when he thought of his parents, he would look at it. The dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. "Live peacefully and happily, never to be parted." The first line was domineering and grand, the second warm and gentle. They contained the love and hopes of his father and mother. "As their son, I will kill those old things that my parents failed to kill. Perhaps they didn't kill them due to familial emotions, but those old things didn't treat me with any of those emotions. There is no family, only a debt to be paid." Long Chen ground his teeth. "But you are currently only at the 7th heaven stage. How are you supposed to fight them?" asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell. "I won't be that way soon. I really have to thank the Heaven Executioner. He allowed me to comprehend another kind of cultivation." Long Chen reverently put away the jade pendant and sat on the ground. After forming a hand seal, his divine ring appeared behind him, filled with flowing stars. They formed an identical star map to the one inside of his dantian. Now that there was one less star, the star map was active, creating space for endless changes. The heaven merging realm means to control heaven and earth. The heavenly Taos become mine. Why must I follow other people's path? As Long Chen's hand seal suddenly changed, the stars behind him revolved. The world shuddered as a giant whirlpool appeared in his divine ring, crazily sucking in the power of this entire world. The divine ring was like a gaping maw devouring the world. This world's power could only submit. What a domineering cultivation technique. The Eastern Wasteland Bell muttered to itself. It was shaken by this wild technique. When others absorbed the power of the heavenly Taos, they did it carefully, purifying it, and taking in the power that was the correct attribute for them. However, Long Chen was absorbing all the power, not rejecting the slightest bit. Suddenly, Long Chen's divine ring quivered and his aura soared. He reached the 8th heaven stage. After that, the earth began to crack, and stones started to crumble. Without the power of the laws of this world, everything was coming undone. 3 days later, this desolate world became even more desolate. It was as if the entire world had died, and all its essence had been sucked away. As for Long Chen's cultivation base, it had reached the 9th heaven stage. After that, Long Chen finally stood and clenched his fist, sensing the power within him. "I don't know how I'll cultivate in the future, but at the very least, the heaven merging realm will be passed easily. It's too bad that this is just a minor world without much power. If this was a major world instead, you would reach the sovereign realm in less than a month, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. By sucking away all the power of this world, Long Chen's cultivation base had advanced by 2 levels. Such a cultivation technique was something that the Eastern Wasteland Belle had never seen before. It's fine, there are more worlds. The Yin-Yang world, Devil Spirit Mountain, Resentful Death City, the Ancient Battlefield, I can go for a stroll through all of them, said Long Chen. This place was barren, but those worlds had plenty of energy. Right now, space began to collapse as the laws of space had been sucked away by Long Chen. All of a sudden, a screen of light appeared above Long Chen's head. That was the exit. This exit was originally invisible, but as the laws and energy of this world were sucked away, it revealed itself. Long Chen took out his jade pendant and waved it across the light screen. The exit then opened and Long Chen stepped through. The scene changed and Long Chen appeared within a channel. However, there were people guarding this place. Long Chen was about to wipe them all out when he came to a startled stop. Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected that the guards of this place were actually the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors. Their leader was Shen Qingfeng. This channel had 8 totems in 8 different locations. The divine families truly viewed Long Chen highly. The world that he was imprisoned in had only 1 entrance to it, but 2 exits. However, one of those exits led to a sure death formation. Even a saint would be instantly killed upon entering it. As for the exit that he had gone through, that was also the entrance, and it was guarded. There were 8 alarm systems set up, and triggering any one of them would instantly alert the divine families. Long Chen had planned to immediately wipe out all the experts guarding this place upon entering, not giving them a chance to set off the alarm. However, he hadn't expected that the ones guarding this place were the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. Shen Qingfeng and the others were dumbfounded. They had no idea what they were guarding. All they knew was that anyone who went past them had to be strictly checked and examined. Normally, it would not be their place to guard such a core location, but the usual guards were receiving some kind of inheritance, so they had taken over their shift for half a day. This half a day resulted in Long Chen running into them. They were aware that Long Chen had been captured, but they had no idea where he was being imprisoned. At this moment, Shen Qingfeng suddenly waved his hand, and a jade pendant flew toward Long Chen. He caught it. Shen Qingfeng sighed. The exit up ahead has 3 paths. Don't take any of them. Pause for a few seconds and a 4th path will appear. When you reach the end of that path, crush the jade pendant and take the left of the 3 paths that appear. Long Chen was moved. Shen Qingfeng and the others were willing to betray the divine families to let him free. The divine families truly had many safeguards set up around him. If it weren't for Shen Qingfeng, he might have fallen into their trap. This was a matter that not even the Heaven Executioner knew. Brother, I'll have to offend you. Long Chen patted Shen Qingfeng's shoulder. After that, his spiritual strength suddenly burst forth, and every expert guarding this place coughed up blood and collapsed. Long Chen also left an appalling wound on Shen Qingfeng's body, making it seem as if Long Chen had given a killing blow, and Shen Qingfeng had only survived due to luck. Following Shen Qingfeng's instructions, Long Chen passed through the channel. After that, his vision brightened, and a dense spiritual qi poured over him. It felt like his pores suddenly opened. You! As soon as he walked out, 4 of the divine family's experts appeared. Using the side of his hand as a blade, he cut through their throats in an instant. 4 heads flew. It's time for that evil bitch to pay for the past, as well as the present. Long Chen walked deeper into the divine family's ancestral land. Chapter 27, 44 Evil Woman. Deep within the divine family's ancestral land, within a delicate pavilion, Long Yashin's mother was carefully fiddling with something. That something was a crown, whose body was made of sparkling gold. She was currently in the midst of embedding a strange divine gem inside. Yashin has reached the peak of the saint realm. He'll quickly become an emperor, and on the day that he wears the crown of a sovereign, the martial heaven continent will be destroyed. I'll have Yashin wear the crown that I personally crafted. Everyone will know he is the true king, and the spawn of that slut is nothing more than a stepping stone for my son. Long Yashin's mother looked at the crown in her hand with satisfaction. Madam is correct. That idiot Luo Ningxuang fell for our trap without even realizing it. What a fool. Once young Master Yashin becomes a sovereign, this Starfield's core will be in our hands. We'll be able to return to the higher plane as heroes, and then we can enjoy the expressions of the Luo family, haha, laughed another woman behind Long Yashin's mother. This woman was also from the higher plane. She had come with Long Yashin's mother. The Ying Prefecture's Luo family has been enemies with my Chu family for 30 million years. Even after forming such a boundless enmity between us, the Luo family still produced such a naive fool like Luo Ningxuan. Her father is a generation's immortal king with both vision and power, but he didn't pass any of these down to his daughter. She's just an idiot. Now even her son has fallen for my trap. Haha, I bet the news of Luo Ningxuan and Long Jianshan's expulsion would throw all the face of the Luo family. That's even better than killing her. But her spawn was surprisingly hardy. He actually survived. But I'll definitely have Yashin record cutting off his head. When I return to the higher plane, if Long Jianshan and Luo Ningxuan aren't dead, I'll let them have a chance to see their son again, ha ha ha. Long Yashin's mother laughed. You might not have that chance. An icy voice suddenly rang out behind Long Yashin's mother, startling her and the other woman. Long Yashin's mother in particular felt a chill. She turned back to see an image of a merciless death god facing her. At this moment, her soul almost fled in terror. The woman beside her didn't recognize Long Chen and instinctively reached out to grab Long Chen, only to be blasted apart by a single punch. She was only at the 7th heaven stage and wasn't even an ant in front of Long Chen. Save, Long Yashin's mother suddenly shouted, his aura exploding as she fled. However, she had barely moved before Long Chen's slap struck her in the face, causing half her face to collapse. She smashed into the ground like a shooting star. While Long Yashin's mother had a high cultivation base, her physical body wasn't particularly powerful. Long Chen's slap had used very little force but still caused her to hack up blood. She struggled up and started rushing away again. Help, save me. A hand flew out of Long Chen's hand, piercing her back and coming out of her chest. She was completely locked down by Long Chen's spiritual strength. She felt like this world had lost all its color. Instead, she was in a black and white nightmare. Behind her was Long Chen, but a fiend in control of this world. Furthermore, this fiendish demon wasn't in a rush to kill her. No, this demon wanted her to experience terror and despair. Countless formations activated at this moment. It was unknown if the divine families had noticed a problem with the channel or if they had been alerted by the disturbance here, but dozens of experts came charging over. They saw Long Yashin's mother fleeing for her life as if she had just seen a ghost. When they looked past her to see Long Chen slowly following, their hearts almost leaped out of their chests. They instantly turned pale. Save me! Long Yashin's mother screamed like a dying person who had grasped the last straw of life. However, this trace of hope was quickly extinguished when lightning arrows blasted those experts out of existence. She herself was also struck by a lightning arrow, but it was weak enough that it only broke her protective divine barrier, causing her to stagger. As she frantically ran away, Long Chen calmly followed behind her like a hunter, staring at his prey on its deathbed. They quickly reached a large gate. Long Yashin's mother once more felt hope and rushed over, practically slamming into it. After that, countless bloody ripples appeared on the gate. This place had a powerful formation set up. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. Don't even think about breaking this formation. You vile spawn, you. Her laughter was suddenly cut off when Long Chen waved a 9-line soul calming Jade, causing the formation to open. He easily walked in. How can this be? She was stunned to see this. This formation was something that only the highest level soul calming Jades of the divine families could open. The number of people who possessed such qualifications definitely did not exceed 10. She did not know that Long Chen's soul calming Jade had been left to him by Long Jianshan. Long Jianshan naturally gave his son the best. Long Chen walked in calmly and kicked her while she simply stood there, stunned. She tumbled back. The other side of this gate was a large, empty plaza. This place was bare but clean, and it gave off a somewhat sinister feeling. The scent of blood remained here. This place had clearly been renovated and yet abandoned. Even those renovations were unable to remove the stench of blood. This place had once been the main palace of the divine families. However, due to that battle back then, it had been filled with blood. Countless people died here, even saints, so the air of resentment was too strong, and it had been abandoned. My father and mother must have been subdued here, right? Excellent, this is the best place for your execution. Long Chen examined the surroundings and felt a certain sorrow. However, he felt more rage. Bang! He then sent her flying with another kick. She was already on her last breaths and rolled to the front of the empty palace. Suddenly, the void behind Long Chen shuddered. A golden hand silently appeared, slamming toward Long Chen's back. Chapter 27, 45 Trial. Long Chen didn't even look back. The power of the stars in his divine ring flowed out, and he caught the golden hand that appeared. With a cold snort, Long Chen reached and grabbed the golden hand with his hand, dragging its master out of the void. Boom! Startled cries rang out from the divine family's experts when they saw the Lord Saint be pulled out. Long Chen then smashed him to the ground, causing the entire palace to shake. The Lord Saint had rushed over immediately and had chosen to launch a sneak attack with almost no hesitation. However, he hadn't expected that the current Long Chen was no longer the old Long Chen. He was instantly caught. Only at that time did he realize that Long Chen's realm had shockingly risen to the ninth heaven stage. At this moment, the Lord Saint made the prompt decision to cut off his own arm to escape Long Chen's grasp. He rolled away. Although it wasn't dignified, his years of experience told him that any hesitation would be fatal. Just as he was preparing to withdraw, a lightning spear pierced through his body, and a small figure appeared behind the Lord Saint. Linger stared at him icily, raising him into the air. Countless experts now filled this palace. Their weapons were drawn, but no one dared to make a move. Their Lord Saint had been instantly captured by Long Chen. They were dumbfounded. Long Chen turned to stare at the horrified Lord Saint. With a mocking smile, he said, "There was a path to heaven and no doors to hell, yet you still jumped in yourself. You threw yourself into my hands. Were you a victim to your own intelligence, or is this to say that you finally grew a conscience and came to atone for your sins?" Everything was going smoother than he had expected. Long Chen had thought that it would take more than 10 exchanges before he had a chance to capture the Lord Saint. If it weren't for Long Jianchen being too soft-hearted and being sneak-attacked, he might not have lost to people like this. This Lord Saint was truly stupid. In order to cut off his own arm, he had to weaken his physical body to the point that it could be cut off. Considering just how powerful his physical body was, how could an arm be cut off just by willing it? Thus, when his arm was cut off, his body was in its weakest state. He had only been on guard against Long Chen but not against Linger, who had merged with the void. As a result, the instant he cut off his arm, Linger struck, easily capturing him. "I didn't think that you would be able to escape," sighed the Lord Saint. Even with his life in Long Chen's hands, he was surprisingly calm. "There are more things that you didn't think of. If you weren't so greedy for my secrets and instead directly killed me, this result wouldn't have occurred." Long Chen smiled indifferently. "You are, after all, Long Jianchen's son, a member of my Long family. How could I really kill you?" said the Lord Saint. Hearing this, Long Chen slapped him in the face. As a result, blood flowed down his face. "Long Chen." The divine family's experts were infuriated, and 3 saints appeared in their midst. "Do you want to come over and try it? I'll immediately kill the 2 of them," Long Chen snorted coldly. Those experts instantly became cowardly. They glared at Long Chen, clenching their weapons. Moreover, they were so furious that it looked like they were just a bit away from charging over and killing him. Seeing that they didn't dare to make any rash movements, Long Chen took out a spear and tossed it to the side. "H." In the distance, Long Yashin's mother screamed. She had been preparing to charge out, but this spear from Long Chen nailed her to a stone pillar, making her unable to move. Only then did Long Chen return his focus to the Lord Saint. "Do you know why I hit you?" The Lord Saint smiled and indifferently said, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. After all, I couldn't protect your father that year either. If you kill me, I can die without regrets." Long Chen slapped him once more, making the other half of his face just as bloody as the first half. The divine family's experts burst into furious roars. The Lord Saint was the leader of the divine families, so these slaps were slaps in the face of the divine families, the greatest humiliation. However, with his life in Long Chen's hands, they didn't dare to move. They secretly began gathering people, completely locking down this location, as well as alerting the other worlds. Most importantly, people had gone to report this to Long Yashin. Although he was in seclusion, if he happened to come out, he could still come. However, no one dared to charge into his seclusion room. If he was startled out of his cultivation state, then a light backlash would be being injured by the heavenly Taos. A heavy backlash would be death. Although they were panicked, they were still thinking of ways to stall Long Chen. It would be best if they could keep him here until Long Yashin came out, or perhaps until another expert on Long Yashin's level came. After finishing his slap, Long Chen said, "Hitting you has nothing to do with my father. He didn't kill you because he had his reasons, but I have no such reasons. I hit you because I'm testing just how thick your face is. This impervious skin could make an excellent shield. My father was probably tricked by your hypocritical act precisely due to how thick this skin is. My father spared your life back then, yet you still acted like this to me. That's enough to testify to your character. Now you continue acting so fake in front of me. I'm very curious, just what is your skin made out of? Perhaps my father had some fond memories of you due to growing up within the divine families, but I don't. I have no such feelings, only a bone-deep hatred. This act of yours is useless against me. It would be best if you didn't make me so disgusted with this act. Don't force me to use the heaven executioner's techniques on you. My father might have been a gentleman, but I, Long Chen, am not. You're under my trial. It would be best if you were more honest, or I guarantee that death will become a luxury for you. The Lord Saint gradually showed some fear at this. Long Chen was not Long Jianchen. The same stratagem from back then could not be used again. I saved your father's life back then. If it weren't for me, said the Lord Saint darkly. Shut up. My father only spared you due to a little favor between you. That has long since been repaid, shouted Long Chen. Suddenly the void shuddered and the laws of the heavenly Tao split open. A figure descended from the sky, and a spear spread a supreme heavenly might around this world, locking onto Long Chen. Long Yashin, you finally arrived. I've been waiting a long time for you. Long Chen smiled. That faint smile was very icy, very dangerous. Chapter 27, 46, the one from back then. It was Long Yashin who had come with endless heavenly might. A trace of an emperor's aura exuded from his body. With a wave of his hand, the void was torn asunder and the heavenly Taos were suppressed. Long Yashin was furious. He had been in the midst of breaking through to the 12th heaven stage, the Emperor realm, but at that critical time he had been disturbed and had no choice but to cease his breakthrough. Furthermore, he paid quite a price just to stabilize his realm at the half-step Emperor realm. In his fury, he directly killed the two people who had disturbed him. He then activated a soul search to learn what had happened. After that, when he saw his mother nailed to a pillar, screaming, his hair stood on end from fury. He immediately attacked, not holding anything back. Seeing him arrive, Long Chen smiled coldly. Even if Long Yashin was already a half-step emperor, Long Chen still didn't fear this opponent that he had defeated. Long Chen grabbed Long Yashin's mother from the stone pillar and turned her into a meat shield in front of him. Long Chen, you're despicable. Long Yashin was furious, not expecting Long Chen to actually use his mother as a shield. He hastily pulled back the power of his dragon spear. As a result, he coughed up blood. A full power attack could not be pulled back at the last minute like that. It was a taboo in battle. He had essentially just attacked himself. Staggering back, Long Yashin wiped some blood off of his mouth. He pointed his spear at Long Chen angrily. If you're a man, you'll have an honorable battle with me. Honorable? Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed thunderously. He disdainfully said, I'm amazed you could say such a word from your mouth. Did this slut act honorably toward my mother back then? Your entire family is so evil that they didn't even let off a newly born baby. They took my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, placing them in your body. For your own plots, you've left me to suffer, causing me to be separated from my parents. It's unknown if they're even alive. My father and mother were strong enough that all the experts of the divine families were unable to suppress them without using despicable tricks. How was that honorable? Was that the act of a man? It seems that other than my father and myself, the Long family doesn't have another real man. Long Chen's voice contained the power of his astral energy, and it thundered out of the formation, sealing this place, spreading throughout every corner of the divine families. The disciples of the divine families were startled to hear this. They had no idea what had happened back then. Those that had been alive back then had been told to hide by the higher-ups. Hence, only now did the disciples learn about Long Chen's origins. They were all aware of his name, but not that he had been the main character of the huge secret that had become taboo in the divine families from back then. Although the divine families had locked down all the information about it and had not permitted people to discuss it, who wouldn't be curious about such a major affair. While no one dared to talk about it openly, there were plenty of people discussing it behind closed doors. But since only the core members knew about it, and since over 90% of the divine family's experts had died overnight, all people could come up with were countless guesses. There were many guesses, many versions of various stories. However, the ones who knew the truth couldn't say anything because they didn't dare to. Of course, during Long Chen's tribulation, some people had seen some threads relating to this story. Now that Long Chen had fully uncovered this secret, the mystery of Long Jianchen and Luo Ningxuang's sudden disappearance also became clear. People were filled with disbelief. Although they had heard countless hypotheses, the truth was far bloodier, far crueler than they could have guessed. They couldn't accept such a thing. The official story that the divine families announced was that a divine devil that they had been sealing had broken free, and all their experts had fought to the death to slay it. Supposedly, Long Jianchen and Luo Ningxuang had been killed by it. With this tragedy exposed, as disciples of the divine families, they couldn't believe that their higher-ups would be so devoid of conscience. In the divine pill division, the pill Dian stood at the peak of a pavilion, his hands clasped behind him. He stared into the depths of the ancestral lands, at the ancestral palace that Long Chen was in. There was a slightly complicated look in his eyes. How unexpected, truly unexpected. Yikai was standing beside the pill Dian, staring as well. He was filled with shock. It was unknown if he thought it was unexpected that the divine families had been so shameless back then, or if it was unexpected that Long Chen could escape. Kayaner, make your preparations. We will not participate in this matter, said the pill Dian. Yes. Yikayan nodded and left. The pill Dian muttered to himself. As expected, someone with the pill sovereign's divine radiance won't die so easily. The divine pill division will not be dragged down by this. Leaving a path to retreat leaves room for the future. The higher-ups of the divine families all had ugly expressions now. Long Chen's voice had spread throughout the divine families, essentially ripping open a painful scar. Long Chen, since you admit that you are a member of the Long family, do you think that your actions today are appropriate? You have no idea the cause of what happened back then. Why do you think you could leave alive? Wasn't it because of us? Shouted Deputy Elder Long angrily. Long Chen was startled. It was true. He still had no idea how he had escaped that calamity. The heaven executioner also hadn't known. Hence, his heart instantly fell. A person shouldn't be so shameless. Does the reason Long Chen could escape have the slightest bit to do with you? Just at this moment, a voice rang out. Unexpectedly, it was Elder Long. Deputy Elder Long angrily shouted, Long Qiao, have you gone mad? He had always trusted Elder Long and viewed him highly despite his talent only being ordinary. He was sharp and, most importantly, extremely loyal. Hence, the Deputy Elder hadn't expected him to suddenly come out now. Elder Long slowly walked over to Long Chen. He said, seeing you already grown up, I'm happy. It can be said that I accomplished my promise from back then. There is no longer any need to hide anything. It was my sons who managed to take you out and my youngest who sent you away. I stole the Deputy Elder's insignia back then and had my son disguise himself. He muddled his way into the Heaven Executioner's abode to take you out. I had 7 sons, and I personally watched as their spiritual plates shattered one by one. Fortunately, they accomplished their mission to send you away in the end. Elder Long's voice was calm, but without being aware of it, tears were flowing down his cheek. Only now did Long Chen learn who the person that had saved him was. It was Elder Long and his sons. I retract what I just said. Other than my father and myself, the Long family has another real man. Elder Qiao, you traitor. The Deputy Elder was infuriated, pointing and cursing at Elder Long. He hadn't expected that the one to leave this calamity alive was actually Elder Long. Suddenly, a streak of light flew out, piercing the Deputy Elder's head and killing him. Chapter 27, 47 Elder Long's Death. Long Chen killed the Deputy Elder effortlessly, and no one managed to react before the latter was already dead. Everyone's expression changed. Only now did they realize that this place was now full of thunder force. They were already within Lei Linger's lightning domain. That attack had come from Lei Linger. She didn't even need to move in order to kill the Deputy Elder. Within her domain, amongst the mid-heaven merging realm and below, only a few people were capable of escaping her killing blow. Senior, please accept my kowtow. Considering that Elder Long was the one who had saved him, Long Chen was filled with gratitude. However, before he could pay his respects, Elder Long stopped him. Child, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized who you were. You are just like your father. You're both incredibly stubborn, refusing to lower your heads to anyone. I knew that you would come for revenge. I waited a long time and now I'm finally free. I can rejoin my family. Elder Long patted Long Chen's shoulder. Senior, you. Elder Long smiled at Long Chen and then pointed to the divine family's experts. My family in the generation above is already dead. My 7 sons died and my wife passed away in grief. As for me, The only reason I waited to this day is to personally witness Long Jianshan's son return for his vengeance." "Long Qiao, you are a traitor," roared one of the saints of the divine families, enraged. "A traitor, I suppose," Elder Long indifferently nodded. "Back then, Long Jianshan saved my life on the battlefield. The reason I saved Long Chen was partially to return Long Jianshan's favor. Other than that, Long Jianshan was an unrivaled hero. If his son died to such petty little people, it would be far too unjust. Perhaps you are unaware of it, but while Long Jianshan was a coarse and rough person, causing many people to think of him as nothing more than a brute, he was far more intelligent and scrupulous than people gave him credit for. He naturally entered a rage when he learned that his son had been harmed, but once you suppressed him, he grew cool-headed. He realized that his son had probably yet to be killed. However, he knew that afterward you would definitely treat his son as a hostage to be used against him, so he sent me a spiritual message asking me to save his son. I did it. Now, I have nothing else tying me to this world. I have accomplished my promise to Long Jianshan, so I can leave now." "Senior, why must you do this?" asked Long Chen, his voice quivering slightly. "Child, there are some things that you do not and cannot understand. When a person loses all their belief, every living day is a pain. I was originally planning on personally watching your vengeance, but in the end, I am still a member of the divine families. Although I detest this family full of darkness, cold-bloodedness, hypocrisy, and heartlessness, I'm unable to watch this with any joy. However, even if I don't watch, I know the result." Just like that, Elder Long closed his eyes, his aura dissipating. Shocked, Long Chen hastily grabbed him, only to find that the fire of his soul had extinguished. This was not a suicide. He simply naturally died. When the last thing sustaining him disappeared, his spirit crumbled. Seeing his old face, thinking of the care he had shown him during this time, thinking of how he had saved him and lost everything in return, Long Chen couldn't stop tears from flowing out of his eyes. If Elder Long had been on the battlefield back then, it meant that he and his father were enemies at that time. But even while being enemies, when Long Jianshan realized the crisis, he reached out to Elder Long, and Elder Long agreed without hesitation. Moreover, even after paying such a painful price, he had never regretted it. "Why?" Long Chen suddenly let out a roar, causing the heavens to change color. This roar emitted endless resentment. It contained the power of his stars, the resentment in his heart. Hence, every expert present was shaken. Those with weaker cultivation bases even coughed up blood. Why was it that good people always had terrible fates? Why was it that bad people always got away lightly? Elder Long had lived such a bitter life all these years, but every bad person he saw before him was living happily. This world was too unfair. Long Chen hugged Elder Long. He didn't feel such deep emotions for him necessarily, as they didn't have a close bloodline connection. But Elder Long had essentially sacrificed his entire family for a promise, not regretting it even in death. This was a real man. After that, Long Chen carefully put Elder Long's body away and wiped away his tears. He looked around and noticed that more people had come. Feng Fei, Yi Lianchen, and Jiang Wuchen had arrived. They had also been in seclusion. Every single one of them had powerful auras, having advanced to the Saint Realm. Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen both glared at him sharply. They clearly thought that this was their best chance to kill Long Chen. Only Feng Fei looked at him with a complicated expression. She still had a sense of right and wrong. In this aspect, she was 100 times stronger than Zhao Rishan, Yi Lianchen, Jiang Wuchen, and Long Yashan. Regretfully, her sense of right and wrong didn't matter. Long Chen was now the mortal enemy of the divine families. Furthermore, the divine families' position was now fully clear. She also understood their mission of seizing the heavens. The current her no longer had the luxury of standing on the side of the right. Unlike during the tribulation, she had to stand on the side of the divine families. There was no right or wrong, only what was beneficial to the divine families. Anything else was a betrayal. "Long Chen, what do you want?" demanded Long Yashan. At this moment, Long Chen was ignoring them all. He turned to the Lord Saint, who was still pierced by Lei Linger's lightning spear, not daring to move. Any strange movement and Lei Linger would instantly kill him. Hence, when Long Chen stood in front of him, he finally felt fear. He could sense Long Chen's determination to kill him. "Long Chen, don't kill me. I can tell you how to find your parents," said the Lord Saint. Their leader, the Grand Lord Saint, was actually begging an enemy. The divine family's experts' expressions changed. This was a huge humiliation to them. Long Chen sneered, "You're finally afraid of dying. If you're afraid, why did you court death? Someone who courts death always thinks that they won't die. That's why you acted so fearlessly. Do you know why I came here? Today, I'll announce the judgment to your trial here, the place where you committed your sins, where my father and mother's blood flowed. In front of countless experts, a lightning sword appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he slashed it at the Lord Saint's neck. Chapter 27, 48 A blood debt must be paid in blood. Beheading was a humiliating form of death. In the secular world, it was only used for those who had committed the most heinous crimes or against those with deep enmities. They would make sure that the dead didn't have a complete corpse. On the other hand, in the cultivation world, dying without a complete corpse was common. One person could kill the other with a single punch, blasting them to pieces. But to intentionally behead someone wasn't very commonly seen. Without a certain level of hatred, no one would use such a method. However, today, Long Chen did it. He had thousands of ways to kill the Lord Saint, but he chose this way. Long Chen. The divine family's experts roared furiously. Long Chen had beheaded the Lord Saint in front of all of them. That was a huge insult. Long Yashen's spear trembled, but he didn't move. That was because his mother was still in Long Chen's hands. He was dragging her like a dead dog. Long Yashen clenched his teeth, but he didn't have any method. No carrot or stick would work on Long Chen. No one could change his mind on what he had decided, not even a god. Furthermore, Long Chen was a madman. No one could tell what a madman would do. After escaping his prison instead of fleeing, he actually came directly to the core of the divine families to cause a ruckus. Even though the experts of the other worlds were also rushing over, Long Chen seemed not to care. Long Yashen wanted to save his mother. While he was relatively indifferent to his father, he depended on his mother. His current achievements today were all thanks to her. It could be said that his path in life had been personally paved by her. That included his path in the future, which involved ascending to a higher plane. His mother had arranged all of it. All her hopes were on him, and she showed her love to him in 100 different ways. Long Yashen almost broke down several times and charged out, but knowing that Long Chen could kill her with just a thought, he didn't move. Long Chen, what do you want to release my mother? Demanded Long Yashen. You want me to release your mother? That's easy. As long as you hand over what you owe me, I'll give her to you, said Long Chen indifferently. That's impossible, I would become a cripple, raged Long Yashen. Ha ha ha, Long Chen laughed before his face suddenly became harsh. So even for an adult like you, taking your spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone would be crippling. So how did your side manage to do that to me when I was just a baby? Now you want me to let your mother off. Did she ever think about letting me or my entire family off? The divine families, outer experts, were in an uproar over hearing Long Yashen personally admit to this. They couldn't help being disappointed. While they could mostly guess what had happened back then, it was hard to hear that their greatest genius was only a genius due to stealing from Long Chen. On the other hand, even after being crippled, Long Chen had still reached the peak of the martial path. A crippled person who had fallen to a small secular nation and had been forced to fight for every scrap of resources he could get, versus someone in the divine families who had resources thrown at him and got everything he wanted. The two of them were worlds apart, but which one was the true expert? It was someone who had their wings clipped and still soared through the heavens. In this world, reasons and logic cannot be found through discussion. Some people will only understand what pain is when they themselves are beaten. Foolish people will only understand what it means to respect others at that time. All of you have seen others in pain, so you can enjoy watching them suffer. Today, I'll let you taste what that feels like. Long Chen turned to Long Yashen's mother. You evil bitch. You were the main ringleader in all this. My family was destroyed by you. Normally, I'd rip off your skin, tear out your tendons, and grind your bones to dust, but I disdain doing such a thing to a woman. Instead, I let you run, let you see hope. But what I want you to experience is seeing hope right up ahead and not being able to grasp it. Today, even if a god descends, they won't be able to save your life. Today, I will give you your final judgment for what you did that day. Long Chen suddenly twisted his hand, and her Yuan spirit was pulled out of her body. At that moment, flames burst into existence, burning her Yuan spirit. Long Yashen's mother screamed. This was a torture that not even the heaven executioner had been able to bear, let alone her. Long Chen, Long Yashen roared furiously. He knew that Long Chen was dead set on killing his mother, but he was unable to save her. All he could do was kill Long Chen as vengeance for her. Pressed to his limit, Long Yashen furiously attacked, his dragon spear stabbing toward Long Chen. Long Chen snorted and threw the Yuan spirit in his hand, toward the tip of the spear. No, Long Yashin's mother let out a sharp screech. Long Chen was so hateful that he wanted her to die to her own son's hands. Long Yashin seemed to know that Long Chen would do this. Although his attack looked to be at full power, he actually held back a great deal. Delighted to see his mother's Yuan spirit flying toward him, he immediately reached out to grab her. However, afraid of Long Chen suddenly attacking, he immediately retreated after grabbing his mother's Yuan spirit. But then his expression changed. How can this be? Long Yashin's mother began to crack unwillingly. Long Yashin was also dumbfounded. He had clearly caught her, so how could it have been a failure? His mother's Yuan spirit slowly faded. I told you that I would let you see hope only for you to not be able to grasp it. Didn't you say you wanted to send a recording of my death to my mother so she could see how grown up I've become? I suppose sending your Yuan spirit to your son doesn't count as going too far, said Long Chen indifferently. How can this be? I don't want to die, I can't die. Long Yashin's mother struggled, but it was useless. Even with Long Yashin using all his abilities, he couldn't stop her Yuan spirit from dissipating. Finally, her Yuan spirit broke apart. With a terrified, unwilling, and perhaps even a slightly regretful expression, her life came to an end. Mom, Long Yashin let out a wild roar. He hadn't reacted like this when Long Chen killed his father, but he went insane as soon as his mother died in front of him. Long Chen, I'll tear you to pieces, Long Yashin roared and attacked. Chapter 27, 49-9 Dragon Slaughter. As soon as Long Yashin attacked, the other experts of the divine families entered the formation, completely sealing this place. At the same time, Long Chen waved his hand, and Lei Linger transformed into a lightning blade similar to Evil Moon in his hand. Boom! When Long Chen slashed his saber, lightning exploded and the ground beneath his feet quaked. The palace began to crumble. This grand palace was the divine family's ancestral palace. It had countless formations and restrictions around it. Even in Long Zhanshan's battle back then, when he slaughtered the divine family's experts, this palace had managed to survive. However, now the palace was crumbling, unable to endure this power. The powerful winds forced the other experts to retreat. Long Chen was blocking Long Yashin's spear with his lightning blade. Meanwhile, countless stars lit up within his divine ring. No matter how Long Yashin tried, he was unable to shake Long Chen. You know pain now, anger, resentment. No, this isn't enough. This is far from enough. Back then, my father had clearly reached the realm of a saint, but due to your father's insidious sneak attack, his realm was forcibly suppressed to the 9th heaven stage. If it weren't for that bastard playing the family card, causing my father to be soft-hearted, could the divine families have ever suppressed him? His realm was suppressed and his entire family betrayed him. His son's very life was in question. Just how much anger must he have felt at that time? Just how much resentment must he have felt? Long Chen's voice was icy at the start, but it grew more emotional toward the end until he was in a furious rage. He hadn't witnessed the battle back then. Everything he knew was from the heaven executioner's mouth, but it felt as if it was happening right now. His father and mother had bled for him right in this place. They had suffered here. It felt as if he had returned to that year. He could almost see his parents' fury and their helplessness. Boom! Long Yashin couldn't endure it any longer and was gradually being forced back by Long Chen's rising torrential aura. With every step back, the void exploded. All the divine family's experts were stunned. Long Chen was clearly only at the 9th heaven stage, and yet he could force back Long Yashin, who was already a half-step emperor. My cultivation base is still in the 9th heaven stage. Today, I will represent my father in getting justice from the divine families. Finally, Long Chen's power erupted, and Long Yashin was no longer able to endure. He was sent flying. The divine families, saints, immediately attacked, using their sharpest, most ruthless attacks altogether. Boom! Long Chen sneered. At this moment, starlight appeared on his lightning blade. With a single slash, those 3 saints' attacks crumbled and the 3 of them coughed up blood. The wounds my father inflicted on you have yet to heal even now. If you're so useless, what's the point of you living? As Long Chen stepped toward those 3 saints, their expressions completely changed. Long Chen was even more terrifying than Long Zhanshan. He had locked them down with his spiritual strength. Boom! Suddenly, a ray of divine light shot out from their grand formation. However, it had just appeared before it was shattered. The 3 elders used that opportunity to escape his lock. However, they had just moved when one of them had his head cut off by Long Chen's blade. His head fell to the ground, his soul destroyed. One of the ringleaders of that matter back then was executed just like that. After that, Long Chen walked toward the other two. All the divine family's experts were dumbfounded. They had originally been thinking that together, they would instantly slaughter Long Chen. They had millions of heaven-merging experts, with over 800,000 being in the late stage. With these numbers, they could at least slowly crush him. In fact, they had even thought that with Long Yashin present, he would be able to directly kill Long Chen with no outside help. However, even as a half-step emperor, Long Yashin was not able to match Long Chen's power at the ninth heaven stage. At this moment, a starry sword suddenly slashed down from the heavens, and the sharp will of the sword Dao appeared. It was Yi Lianchen unleashing his strongest attack. When it comes to astral power, you don't understand any of the profundities. When it comes to the sword Dao, all you are is a copy, yet you still think of trying to merge them. Long Chen snorted, and without even looking back, he raised his palm behind him. A star diagram then appeared in his palm, and he caught Yi Lianchen's divine sword bare-handed. Boom! Just like that, his palm collided against Yi Lianchen's divine star sword. As the power of Long Chen's stars erupted, Yi Lianchen's sword instantly shattered. Even his sword arm was destroyed. After blocking Yi Lianchen with his left hand, Long Chen's right hand swung the lightning blade at the other saint. That saint that was doing his best to flee had his head severed. One head soared into the air with an unreconciled expression. A generation saint died just like that. Feng Fei and Jiang Wuchen's attacks came at that moment. Looking at them, Long Chen snorted and swung his blade. As a result, both of them were sent flying, coughing up blood. How can this be? Jiang Wuchen felt a mix of shock and rage. He had recently become a saint and thought that with his heaven-merging power, he would be able to beat Long Chen. However, despite their difference in realm growing greater, their difference in power also grew more and more. No matter how he trained, he was unable to prevent Long Chen from creating a giant gap between them. In their first battle, he had been able to fight Long Chen. Now that he had advanced to the Saint realm, with his cultivation base surpassing Long Chen, he couldn't receive a single blow from the latter. Feng Fei was pale. The majority of Long Chen's attack just now had been blocked by Jiang Wuchen, but she was still injured. It was because she was a soul cultivator. Long Chen's attack contained a supreme will that damaged her soul. The final member of the three saints of the divine families fled. However, just as he was about to enter the crowd, Long Chen raised his hand and the world froze. Following that, the old saint involuntarily flew toward Long Chen. No! The saint cried out in terror as he involuntarily flew back at Long Chen. Long Chen's lightning blade then swung through the air, aiming for his neck. The lightning blade met his neck, turning him into a corpse. It wasn't just his physical body that was killed, but his soul was also sliced through. All the saints that had fought Long Jianchen back then were now dead. Emperor blood devouring, 9 dragon slaughter. Suddenly, an illusory image of an emperor's crown appeared on Long Yashin's head, and his body split into 9. His manifestation's 9 dragons flew toward Long Chen. After that, the 9 Long Yashins vanished, merging into the 9 dragons. Right now, the formations of the divine families shuddered. This attack had sucked away the power of this entire world. Yi Lianchen and the others turned pale, hastily retreating to avoid being sucked into this terrifying attack. Long Chen die! Long Yashin roared furiously. The 9 dragons smashed into Long Chen from 9 different directions, striking him like meteors. Chapter 27, 50 Immortal Corpse. A wailing sound rang out as heaven and earth were unable to bear the pressure of the 9 dragons. As a result, the ancestral lands of the divine families began to fracture. Their experts fled for their lives. As for Long Yashin, he had activated his newly condensed emperor blood to unleash this terrifying attack. Boom! With Long Chen at the core, the ancestral lands collapsed. The bricks and formations laid on them turned to dust. Even before the attack arrived, the emperor's pressure had crashed down. The space around Long Chen twisted and turned. In the face of this terrifying attack, even the spatial wall of this world was as flimsy as paper. One wrong move and Long Chen would be sucked into the chaotic flow of space, forever vanishing from this world. All cultivation techniques are garbage in front of the 9-star Hegemon body art. My star diagram has already awakened. Even if you had become a real emperor, would you be able to do anything to me? A dragon roar suddenly rang out from within Long Chen's body. White dragon scales covered his skin. Boom! The 9 dragons crashed down upon his body. As a result, Long Chen's scales instantly became covered in tiny cracks. Long Yashin sneered, "Your azure dragon essence blood has been sucked away by me, and my 9 ancestral dragon souls have grown stronger once more. As for you, you will die at my hands." Long Chen suddenly recalled that his essence blood had been almost sucked dry by the Heaven Executioner, so it had been absorbed by Long Yashin. His current azure dragon battle armor didn't have the essence blood to back it, causing its power to drop. On the other hand, Long Yashin's dragon might had increased. Long Chen snorted. All of a sudden, a star condensed within every single one of his scales. Originally, his 108,000 stars matched his 108,000 scales. Now that there was one star fewer, the stars moved around his scales, linking together with his divine ring and forming a layer of divine light around his body. The 9 dragons crashed into this layer of divine light but were unable to break it. Long Yashin was startled. His dragons began to claw at the light. Although the surrounding space repeatedly exploded, the dragons were unable to break Long Chen's defenses. Long Yashin then grew crazy with rage. This technique was something he was only capable of using by sacrificing his new emperor blood. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth, but it couldn't destroy Long Chen's defenses. This fact was almost enough to cause despair. It seems that I was treating the 9-star Hegemon body art too shallowly. It is not just a cultivation technique. It can almost manifest as any magical art. Mastering this one technique is mastering 10,000 techniques. The different manifestations are changed with the heart. Long Chen was wrapped in a new comprehension of the 9-star Hegemon body art. The power of his stars could transform into anything. They even manifested themselves within his scales. Ever since the Heaven Executioner had crushed one of his stars, he had kept an eye on their changes, but he was unable to see any pattern. Right now, he had yet to fully understand how to use his star diagram, but the more he used the power of his stars, the more he understood. It can defend on defense and attack on offense. Long Chen suddenly unleashed a punch, and his star diagram appeared on his fist. The dragon he struck exploded. After that, starlight filled the air, illuminating the heavens. With one dragon destroyed, the other 8 shuddered and merged into one. Long Yashin's figure reappeared, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His 9-dragon slaughter had been defeated, so he was filled with shock. His power contained this world's strongest laws, but Long Chen's power was not affected by any of the restrictions of the laws. That was a different and terrifying power. As the star diagram in Long Chen's divine ring circulated, Long Chen stepped in the air and shot toward the shocked Long Yashin. The void shuddered in his wake. In return, Long Yashin roared and his dragon spear erupted with light. His manifestation rumbled. Facing this attack, Long Chen stamped a foot at Long Yashin, and his star diagram appeared on his foot like a river of stars. His foot then smashed into the dragon's spear, and Long Yashin let out a muffled grunt as he was kicked into the earth. The earth exploded, unleashing a wild gale. The surrounding mountains and buildings were torn apart by that wind. "Are you a saint or a skank?" Long Chen sneered. After awakening the power of his stars, he was gradually sensing just how terrifying the 9-star Hegemon body art was. This power should be described as practically dreadful. It surpassed the power of an entire world. With this kind of power, there was no need to cultivate any magical arts or battle skills. Just the power of his stars would be enough to flatten anyone. This power came from the self and was not limited by any laws. As long as his astral power was strong enough, even a god or immortal could be slain. Right now, Long Yashin was being completely crushed. The two of them were not even on the same level. The divine family's experts were all dumbfounded. Just what had Long Chen gone through in order to become such a monster? Suddenly, strange cracking sounds rang out. Everyone's expressions changed as they saw the foundation of the ancestral palace begin to crack. Those cracks rapidly spread far into the distance. "Not good, the core of this world is breaking," a startled cry rang out. Once the core was destroyed, this world would also disappear. "No, this aura is." Rays of immortal light began to appear from within the cracks. Immortal mist flooded this world. "The immortal sealing palace has been opened." Several of the elders' expressions changed. The immortal sealing palace was forbidden territory in the divine families. It was an absolute secret known only to a select few. Other than the saints, those qualified to know of its existence did not number more than 10. Theoretically, with the death of the saints at Long Chen's hand, the immortal sealing palace should have remained hidden forever. Unexpectedly, Long Chen's attack had caused it to rise. Immortal qi gushed out of the cracks, and a grand, majestic palace gradually rose out of the ground. Long Yashin stood on top of the immortal palace, covered in blood. His shocked expression showed that he clearly didn't know about this palace either. He had been kicked deep underground by Long Chen and inadvertently crashed into the immortal ceiling palace. His blood had caused it to activate. This thing doesn't belong to this world. It's incredibly heretical. Long Chen, you have to be careful, transmitted the Eastern Wasteland Bell. The Eastern Wasteland Bell sensed just how strange this palace was. It looks like immortal qi, but it's actually dark ghost qi. There's definitely nothing good inside. Long Chen nodded. This immortal ceiling palace was extremely strange. He sensed it as well. However, he wasn't afraid. The more secrets of the divine families that he unearthed, the better it would be for him. It wasn't the opponents that you could see that were frightening. What was frightening was the unknown. Suddenly, the gates to the palace opened, and an elder wearing odd robes walked out. "It's an immortal corpse," exclaimed the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Chapter 2751, The Divine Family's Trump Card. This strange elder was surrounded by immortal qi, but he had no spiritual fluctuations. The Eastern Wasteland Bell's exclamation made Long Chen realize that this was just a corpse. However, that was not noticeable just from the outside appearance. This is an immortal corpse puppet that came from the immortal world. It seems that this immortal ceiling palace is the divine family's hidden trump card. The ones capable of activating it were already killed by you, but it seems that you accidentally opened it just now. This luck, the Eastern Wasteland Bell was speechless. This trump card should have died in the pits of the divine families. However, it had been uncovered by Long Chen. It seemed that Long Chen's overwhelming bad luck had yet to take a turn for the better. The elder looked around. His eyes were vacant. His gaze suddenly landed on Long Yashin. "Your old slave greets master." The elder knelt toward Long Yashin. Startled, Long Yashin suddenly thought of something and took out a dragon-shaped tablet. He spat some fresh blood onto it, and a dragon-shaped mark appeared on the elder's forehead, identical to the tablet. "Kill him for me," Long Yashin shouted. Only now did he recall that in the past few days, his mother had made the saints of the divine families carry out an important ceremony. The next day, she gave him this tablet. His mother had only told him that this tablet was related to a huge secret of the divine families, and to take care of it. This tablet now formed a connection with the elder once he placed his essence blood on it. The next moment, the elder's gaze was no longer vacant. As soon as Long Yashin gave his order, the elder didn't hesitate. He instantly appeared in front of Long Chen, using some unknown movement art. He was like a phantom. The elder unleashed a punch that looked simple, but it caused space to collapse. What a powerful physical body! Long Chen was startled. In terms of pure physical power, Long Chen had never seen anyone reach such a level. That terrifying physical strength aroused Long Chen's battle intent. Rather than dodging, he unleashed his own punch. Boom, the two fists collided, shaking the world. After that, both their sleeves blew apart, the tatters flying through the air like butterflies. As chi waves exploded from their fists, the stars in the sky quivered and black threads appeared in the void. Those were terrifying spatial cracks. Dragon scales covered Long Chen's fist, and runes flowed over his fist along with divine light, unleashing boundless power. As for the elder, once his sleeve was blown away, people saw that his arm was covered in bizarre runes. Immortal light shone from those runes. Long Chen was like a mountain in the sky. Despite the elder's efforts, he was unable to shake Long Chen. However, Long Chen was filled with shock. This elder's power was extremely odd. It was also a kind of power that didn't belong to this world. The Eastern Wasteland Bell transmitted. This person was sealed in the immortal world, transformed into a puppet and sent down to this lower plane. Due to the wall of ascension, anyone alive has a low chance of passing through. But for a dead person, it's a bit easier. However, even if it's a puppet, it needs to possess a certain spirituality in order to unleash its power. That's why this kind of immortal corpse must go through careful selection before being sent, and the price to send it to a lower plane is immense. This immortal ceiling palace should be its home. Only inside it can it guarantee that his immortal chi doesn't flow away too quickly. However, once it starts fighting, its immortal chi will slowly dissipate, and it will not be able to replenish it. As long as you can stall it, you will easily get the advantage over time. "What is his cultivation base?" asked Long Chen. According to the martial heaven continent's realms, he should be at the 11th heaven stage of heaven merging, so the Saint Realm, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Just the Saint Realm, and he's so powerful, Long Chen was startled. What are you thinking? He came from the immortal world. The laws there are completely different from here. They are born with immortal spiritual chi nourishing them. Everything they eat, drink, and breathe has a qualitative difference to us. You cannot use your standards for this place to judge the immortal world, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Just at this moment the elder opened his mouth, unleashing a ray of sword light at Long Chen. He had previously been fighting extremely woodenly, causing Long Chen to be caught off guard. Now Long Chen instinctively dodged. The sword light flew past him, but the elder managed to knock him back. Watch out! The Eastern Wasteland Bell suddenly cried out, and Long Chen also sensed danger. Without looking back, he smashed a fist behind him. Long Chen's arm quivered. He ended up striking another elder's fist. At some point, another opponent had appeared. This was not a clone, but another immortal corpse. Long Chen suddenly saw that the gates to the immortal palace were open, and inside were densely packed coffins. He couldn't even count how many of them there were. One of those coffins had been opened, and Long Yashin was standing there, forming hand seals. He's going to unleash all the immortal corpses. Stop him, warned the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Just as it spoke, another 7 coffins opened. 7 figures charged out at Long Chen. Now Long Chen was surrounded by 9 immortal corpses. Their attacks pressed him badly. He wanted to charge out of their encirclement, but he was blocked. Long Chen, you never expected this, right? The Divine Family's trump card is far more terrifying than you expected. There are 30,000 immortal corpse puppets here, more than enough to crush the martial heaven continent. Today, I'll summon half to kill you. Let's see how long you can last, sneered Long Yashin. With a tablet in his hand, he was constantly dripping more essence blood into it, causing more coffins to open. The immortal corpses were being awakened by his spirit blood. 6-star battle armor, Long Chen shouted. 6 stars lit up within his divine ring, and the star diagram inside of the divine ring looked as if it was boiling over. Boom! With a single punch, an immortal corpse was sent flying. That immortal corpse's runes rapidly dimmed. With that one punch, Long Chen had exhausted all the corpse's immortal chi. Without the protection of its runes, it quickly became a simple corpse, rotting before it even landed on the ground. With the 6-star battle armor, Long Chen fought the immortal corpses surrounding him. He blasted them away. His new star diagram caused even the 6-star battle armor to become more ferocious. Today, I'll smash apart this broken palace of yours. Long Chen stepped toward the immortal ceiling palace. However, just at that moment, the Eastern Wasteland Bell cried out. Not good. Return to the martial heaven continent immediately. Chapter 2752. The Eastern Wasteland Bell chooses a master. The Eastern Wasteland Bell didn't give Long Chen any chance to refuse. It directly appeared above Long Chen's head, and divine light enveloped Long Chen. Some of the immortal corpses charging over had their runes directly corrode when they were touched by that light. They quickly began to rot. The sound of an ancient bell rang throughout the world, and golden light filled the air. The Eastern Wasteland Bell brought Long Chen flying away. It's the Eastern Wasteland Bell. The Divine Family's experts recognized the Eastern Wasteland Bell, the leader of the 5 supreme divine items of the martial heaven continent. However, they didn't know why it would appear here. Only those on the level of saints were aware of the secret involving the Eastern Wasteland Bell. At this moment, the void was torn apart. The Eastern Wasteland Bell didn't take a spatial channel. It directly barged through the spatial wall to return to the martial heaven continent. When Long Chen appeared on the martial heaven continent, his expression completely changed. There was a berserk energy hanging within the air, like a volcano that had been accumulating for millions of years and was on the verge of erupting. This power was enough to destroy the entire world. As the Eastern Wasteland Bell quivered, Long Chen's vision changed, and he appeared in front of the corrupt god cemetery. There were countless experts of the undying race here, surrounding an altar that was emitting a pillar of blood chi into the sky. It seemed as if millions and millions of lifeforms had been sacrificed. Even from a great distance, it was possible to sense an immense resentful air. Boss! The dragon blood warriors guarding this place cried out when they saw Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others cried. Long Chen really had returned. They had been extremely worried this entire time, but hadn't dared to tell anyone else about it. The other worlds, experts had been constantly spreading the news that Long Chen had been captured, to the point that even the Dragon Blood warriors had started to sense that something was wrong. However, they kept those suspicions inside. Even if they could tell that Long Chen's clone was not his true body, they didn't say anything. Now that he was back, they were all ecstatic. All their worries vanished like clouds in a wind, and their blood began to heat up. With Long Chen here, they didn't fear any battle. Long Chen looked at the Dragon Blood Legion and couldn't help being moved. Meng Qi and the others had truly worked hard during this time. The unending supply of medicinal pills had allowed every single Dragon Blood warrior to advance to the ninth heaven stage. Moreover, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yue Zifeng, Gu Yang, and the others had all advanced to the 10th heaven stage to become venerates. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that there would also be 2 saints. Furthermore, the most unexpected thing was that one was Mo Nian, while the other was Yi Zhikyu. However, after a moment of thought, he supposed that it was due to the 2 supreme divine items in their hands. Other than them, Wilda, who was also in possession of a supreme divine item, was practically exploding with blood qi. His body was covered in golden runes and looked as if it had been made of gold. His realm could not be evaluated based on the martial heaven continent's cultivation standards. As for the western desert axe on Wilda's back, all of its rust had long since fallen off. It shone with an unprecedented divine light and contained a powerful murderous aura around it. As soon as Long Chen returned, he sensed the eastern wasteland bell saying something to the western desert axe, the northern source sword, and the central plains cauldron. "You're finally back. If you still didn't return, you wouldn't be able to blame me when I take the place of the main character." Mo Nian laughed and hugged Long Chen warmly. Mo Nian and Gu Ran were the only ones who hadn't been worried about Long Chen because they had almost blind faith in him. In Gu Ran's opinion, his boss was unbeatable and nothing could stop him. As for Mo Nian, he thought that Long Chen was a bad person, and bad people never had short lives. This scourge would definitely live a long life. "What's the situation?" asked Long Chen. "We don't know. These meatless fellows suddenly dragged out this altar, and then the aura of the entire world changed. We were in the midst of deciding whether or not we should launch a direct attack on them." Mo Nian shrugged. He was also befuddled by what the undying race was doing. "They're offering flesh and blood to the heaven-devastating bracelet so that it awakens. Prepare yourself. The battle is about to start," said the eastern wasteland bell suddenly. "What?" Mo Nian and the others were startled. The heaven-devastating bracelet was on the verge of awakening, but the master of the southern sea zither was under the enemy's control, and they had yet to gather all 5 supreme divine items. What were they to do? Suddenly, the land began to shake. The laws of heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. It was as if a heaven-swallowing beast at the bottom of the world was about to come out. Mountains collapsed and lava exploded. The very shape of the world was distorted. It was as if the apocalypse had come. The heaven-devastating bracelet is starting to move. It's contracting, trying to squeeze out the core of the martial heaven continent. If it does, this world will collapse. "We don't have that much time," said the eastern wasteland bell. "I need a master to unleash my full power. Who is willing to join forces with me to protect the martial heaven continent, to live and die for the continent?" "Senior, why not me?" asked Long Chen. "You are the game breaker. The game can only be broken from outside of the game. You cannot be my master," said the eastern wasteland bell. "Senior, this junior is Gu Yang. I'm willing to fight alongside you. Even if my bones are ground to dust, I will not hesitate," said Gu Yang. It wasn't just Gu Yang. The rest of the Dragon Blood warriors also stepped forward. Despite knowing that if they did this, their life would no longer belong to just them, not one person retreated. The eastern wasteland bell cast its divine light onto Gu Yang. It said, "Although your aptitude is a bit lacking, it's still acceptable." Then, "One moment." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a white-robed Yun Tian appear like a celestial king. "Senior, please see if this junior is acceptable." Yun Tian bowed to the eastern wasteland bell. The eastern wasteland bell scanned him with its divine light as if appraising him. After a long time it sighed. "This father and son pair, the martial heaven continent owes you far too much." Yun Tian shook his head. "Senior, where did those words come from? People are born from heaven and earth. Without this world, where would I be? If my father could do it, then I can also do it." The eastern wasteland bell sighed. "Fine, fine. Everything will be up to fate." The eastern wasteland bell glowed, and Yun Tian's aura shuddered. Only now did they realize that Yun Tian's cultivation base had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. It was even higher than Mo Nian and the others. A bell-shaped rune then appeared on Yun Tian's forehead. The Eastern Wasteland bell vanished, merging with Yun Tian. This process of acknowledging a master was very simple. Brother Longchen, I will work with Senior to stop the heaven-devastating bracelet from destroying the martial heaven continent. But all we can do is stall it to win more time for you. Whether or not this board can be broken will ultimately be up to you. Good luck. Yun Tian patted Long Chen's shoulder. He then turned around and vanished. Yun Tian had just left when a commotion appeared amongst the Undying Race's side. Their army parted, and a certain person walked out from within the corrupt god cemetery. How can this be? Upon seeing him, Mo Nian and the others' expressions changed. They couldn't believe it.